Open session to closed session.
All right. We're ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are reconvening to a closed session of the City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
You're muted.
Thank you. Here.
Councilmember Horvath?
Here.
Councilmember MD?
Here.
Mayor Brandt absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Obaji.
Here. Mayor Brand absent today. He attended a closed session. Do we have anything to report, Mr. Rosansky?
Yes, I'll look to Mike to confirm this, but I believe we received, as it pertains to item F1 on closed session, authorization to defend.
Yes, it was a unanimous vote.
All right. Thank you. Is there a motion to recess to open session?
It's adjourned.
Sorry, adjourn from closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All right. Motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Nierenheim. Any objections? No objections. All right. We are adjourned from closed session. All right. I call to order an open session of the Redondo Beach City Council. It's April 5th, 2022. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Horvath?
Here.
Councilmember MD?
Here.
Mayor Brandt absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Obaji.
Here. All right. And we've got a flag up. Let's proceed to the salute to the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Yeah, everybody. Do we have any blue folder items for this open session?
I think we're going to announcements first, actually, are we?
Right. Presentations, proclamations, announcements.
Okay. All right. Well, let's start with Councilmember Nierenheim. Any proclamations or announcements?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Obaji. I want to announce that this weekend is my community meeting, my monthly community meeting. I will be having it indoors at the Alta Vista Community Center, the same place that we've been having it for many years now. It'll be at 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. So come one, come all. I'll send out an email. My online meeting won't be until Wednesday, April 20th. And we'll have a special guest for that one. So we're a little bit different. So we'll have some other items on the agenda for that one. I want to thank the city manager's office, actually, because we had a first here last week, Tuesday. And that is for the first time, residents were able to give input and learn about the budget before the staff even creates the budget here. And it was really cool to see staff show up and use our new city council. We spent a lot of money. When you guys get back into the city council chambers, you're going to see a whole new council. A lot of new electronics were happening there. I went to the back and watched the back how it was happening. And if you notice, if any of you guys were watching last week, it was all in HD. It's a new format. So it's a lot of work and a lot of training and learning about how things happen there. So really want to thank the city staff and our new city manager, Mike Wazansky, for getting residents input before they even really start the process. And I know they got 2 more coming up for the budget finance meeting. And then also I want to let people know that the Parks and Rec Commission and I believe the Arts Commission are going to be hearing about the Veterans Park old library at Veterans Park, excuse me, and seeking input as to if you believe we should be using that old library for something new and different. Let us know now. We're taking input. So other than that, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Sorry. All right. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Obaji. This last weekend, I traveled to Palm Springs for the Independent Cities Association biannual meeting. And I want to commend Councilmember Nierenheim for helping to organize the agenda and the speakers. There were some very good speakers. One was the author of a book called San Francisco, of all things, a guy named Michael Schellenberger, I believe. And he was talking about the homeless situation in San Francisco. And it was very interesting and educational. And then the other one that was terrific was John Heath, was talking about the effect of the housing bills, particularly SB 9, on local municipalities. Very good agenda. So thank you, Councilmember Nierenheim, for the time you put into that. And I also have a community meeting on Wednesday, April the 20th, 6 to 7:30. This one is online as well. This will probably be our last online for a while since we're kind of getting out of COVID. My special guest that night will be the new Waterfront and Economic Development Director, Greg Kapovich. And so join me in welcoming him and having questions for the future of the waterfront and our new businesses we hope to attract to Redondo Beach. 6 to 7:30, either register on my council page under District 2, or I'll be sending out an email soon where you can log in and register. So that's it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, let's see. The District 3 community meeting is tentatively scheduled for Saturday, April 23rd at 9:30 a.m. It'll still be virtual. And I think that's all I got. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember MD. If you'd like some time.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure. I thought I was on mute. Sorry. So just wanted to point out that on the front page of the redondo.org website, you'll see the scrolling pictures. There's a lot of things that the city's trying to get your input on, including the budget, as was mentioned earlier, and city residential guidelines are still up there, and the harbor amenities plan, and there's also a budget survey. So make sure that you guys fill that out. And redondo.org/classes, all the classes are now out for the Redondo Park and Rec. And there's some really great classes, some really good deals, great music classes for kids that are brand new. And I know they're not full. So go check them out and go support the Park and Rec program, everyone. Thanks. Oh, and don't forget that April 16th, there'll be the extravaganza at Dominguez Park.
All right. Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember MD. For myself, for District 4, I meant to do this a while back, welcome Michael's Print and Embroidery, a learning place to Artesia Boulevard, had its grand opening a couple months back. And that's a great place where developmentally disabled individuals get to learn how to join the workforce. And they're a 501c3 nonprofit. In addition, on that note, Representative Liu's office announced that they extended the deadline to apply for grants for 501c3s, ranging from $250,000 to $1 million. And as long as your nonprofit's engaged in projects that engage the community and have support from the community, then they should be eligible. And you just look up his it's called the Community Project Funding Request. Google that with Representative Liu and you'll find the application there. I also want to thank Public Works Assistant Director Mike Klein for the amazing mulch spread event that he put on last Saturday at Andrews Park. In addition, I want to thank the police officers, Redondo Beach police officers and the Redondo Beach firefighters for coming out in full force, providing coffee and actually helping spread the mulch, providing the mussels. So thank you. That was a great community event. I wish I was here. Instead, I was at the event in Indian Wells. And lastly, I'll thank Councilmember Nierenheim because he really led regionally at that meeting as the president-elect, got us great top-notch speakers. In addition to Michael Schellenberger, I want to thank him for bringing John Heath, who is an affordable housing developer, who who talked about putting affordable housing near transit centers. It was great to hear him and his opposition to SB 9 and SB 10, which are near and dear to us here in Redondo Beach. That's all. Thank you very much. And moving on, I'll state again here that the mayor is unable to join us, just taking a break after we had a long meeting of weekends and a taxing weekend at that. Moving on to order of the agenda. Are there any motions to change the order of the agenda?
I would make a motion. Actually, one of our presenters is calling in from Philadelphia. So I would just make a motion to move N3 up either before M1 or before N1.
All right. Can I offer a friendly amendment to that motion? Can I offer to put P1 after N3?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fine.
All right. So let's see. Where do you want to put it? After?
I mean, I guess, because he's 3 hours ahead, if we could put it before M1, that'd be awesome, but,
Potential amendments. Okay, let's do it before M1, and let's put P1 after M1. That's cool. That work?
Yeah.
All right, so I second it. Let's take a vote. Any other motions on that? No. All right, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And myself, aye. So that passes 5-0. So we will go N3 and then M1, then P1, and then N1, and so on and so forth. All right. Moving on. I should look at the agenda electronically.
Agenda recess.
All right, agency recess.
I'm sorry, yeah.
So we'll recess now to the, to the Community Financing Authority, correct?
Correct.
We need a motion for that?
Yes.
All right, anybody want to move to recess?
So move.
Second.
Second.
All right. Motion by Councilmember Randy, second by Councilmember Horvath. Any objection? No. All right, we are recessed to the Community Financing Authority meeting. All right, I call to order a regular meeting of the Community Finance Authority. And
Roll call.
roll call, please.
Member Nierenheim,
Here.
Member Lowenstein,
Here.
Member Horvath,
Here.
Member MD,
Here.
Chairman Brandt absent, and Vice Chair Obashi.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Madam Paul, Ms. Paul, do we have anything on F1?
Wait a minute, we have to go through the agenda for the,
Oh, a separate agenda, is that right?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I get.
Other items for this agenda? Or
Somebody want to call the next item? Let me pull up the electronic.
The approval of the order of agenda is the next item.
I'll make a motion to approve the order agenda for.
Second.
There you go.
All right.
And there are no blue folder items.
All right. Thank you for that. And is there a second? There's a second by, or a motion by Councilmember Nierenheim to approve the order of the agenda, second by Councilmember Lowenstein, was it?
Yeah. Horvath, I believe.
Horvath. And any objection to approving the order of the agenda? Nope. All right. Let's go ahead and the order is approved. And moving on, just a question. Is that part of the regular agenda packet or that's a separate agenda that I need to have?
Yeah, no, just scroll through your agenda packet.
It's
F1.
in the agenda packet as F1. So if you click there and then
Click there, it'll pull up.
see the agenda, you'll click.
All right, perfect. All right, and where's agenda item? Sorry, y'all. I think this was my first rodeo. Now I'm so thankful for what our mayor does every day. these meetings. All right, next item is blue folder item, no blue folder items, consent calendar. Anybody want to pull anything from the consent calendar? Nope.
Motion to approve.
All right, second that. Motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by MPT Obaji. And roll call vote.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember MD?
Aye.
All right, and myself, aye. And moving on to D, excluded consent calendar items. There's none there.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Read something?
There's no, no, I don't have to read anything, but there's no public participation for non-agenda items.
All right, nobody's raised their hand and no e-comments, correct?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Got it. Now moving on to public participation on non-agenda items. Is there any public participation on that, on letter E?
No, not any. Also.
All right. We don't have any public hearings tonight, correct? So no ex-parte communication disclosures, no old business, no new business, no member, any referrals to staff? Nope. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
All right, MD with the motion, Lowenstein with the second.
No, that's Horvath again.
Oh, Horvath, beating you to it. Horvath. And any objection to adjourning? Yeah, we are adjourned from the Community Finance Authority meeting.
Okay, I need to do a roll call for City Council. So Councilmember Nierenheim,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent. Mayor Pro Tem Obaji.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to the do we have any blue folder documents?
Yes. So we have one for H3, which is the Pacific Electrical Contractors. We have a public comment or communication. We have H14, which is city engineer to prepare or file a report pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act. Public communications, J1. We have numerous public comments, one related to outdoor living space regarding park policies and Redondo Beach Sailing Club and also Beach City South District. That's it. Thank you.
All right.
Motion to receive and file.
Second that. All right, Councilmember Horvath, the motion to receive and file, and MPT Obaji to second that. And any objections to receiving and filing the blue folder items? No objections. They are received and filed. Moving on to the consent calendar, does any council member wish to pull any items on the consent calendar? Yes, or Councilmember Nierenheim, do you want to pull anything?
I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
H12 and H19, please.
All right, H12 and H19. Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
All right. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar for items other than H12 and H19, Madam Clerk?
Let's see. Okay, if there's any attendees that would like to speak on any consent items, please raise your hand. And I believe there's no comments, Vicki or H?
No, there are none.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Let's take a roll call vote on all items on the consent calendar except for H12 and H19. And I'll just make a comment that there was a request by residents to pull either 13 or 14 so that we make sure that we're getting shields for our street light poles and not creating light pollution. It would not be, I decided not to pull those items because this is simply H13 is simply a contract for installing the poles, not for purchasing the poles or anything associated with them. All right, so roll call vote on the consent calendar items.
I don't think there was a motion.
Yeah.
We need a motion.
So go ahead, Nils.
I'll make a motion to approve all the consent calendar items except for H12 and H19.
I'll second it.
All right, thank you. Motion by Nierenheim, second by Horvath. All right, roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein. That looks like an aye.
He said aye.
Sorry, aye. Second time tonight. Aye.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Councilmember Emdy,
Aye.
and aye for me, MPT Obaji.
Okay, so I need to read
All right, thank you.
resolutions. So H9, introduction by title only, ordinance number 3229-22, an ordinance of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 12, Chapter 2 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to allow skateboarding on pad 10 of the Redondo Beach Pier under imposed conditions for introduction and first reading. We have H14, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2204-014 of the City of Redondo Beach, California, ordering the city engineer to prepare and file a report pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, sections 22500 at sec of the California Streets and Highways Code, describing the maintenance and improvement of street lights and landscaping in the city of Beach, California for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. H17, up by 4/5 vote and title only, resolution number CC-2204-015, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2021-2022 fiscal year budget modification to appropriate $51,802 in stormwater funds and $241,085 in capital project funds associated with the Enhanced Watershed Management Plan Implementation CIP job number 60150 and $689,000 from the general fund unallocated fund balance of the Barrel Street Drainage and Street Improvement Project from Prospect Avenue to Flagler Lane, job number 41130, and adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2204-016, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to Sully Miller Contracting Company, a California corporation, in the amount of $2,388,177,000 for the construction of the Barrel Street Drainage and Street Improvement Project from Prospect Avenue to Flagler Lane, job number 41130. And that is it. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. That was a mouthful. Moving on to H12. Councilmember Lowenstein, you pulled this.
Yes, and I'm off mute. So, although some people would love to see me back up mute. So this is about the potential parade for AYSO 8U and 10U girls teams. They won, I believe, not just California, but the surrounding states tournaments. Quite an accomplishment. And as you all know, our high school already celebrated the CIF Southern section, and I believe for the ladies CIF state championships. So I would love to find a way to recognize AYSO 34, 8U and 10U teams. I made this referral, and I think they deserve the parade. They should get the parade that they deserve. And so I would like to suggest that we do this on May 3rd, which is a Tuesday night, and we do it from Burl Heights down to the Circle, and then recognize them in the council chambers, because it'd be a great way to kick off the new chambers. And I know it'll be a definite highlight in a lot of these families' lives, especially the girls will get a real kick out of it. And, so I would make the motion, if everybody's okay with it, to do the, I guess it's a budget modification, or you'll come back with a budget modification.
Yeah, I think that's what we do. If this is the council's direction, we'll probably do some fine point planning, specific what resources were needed. Tuesday helps us in that regard because it's a weekday. We can maybe coordinate and schedule our detail to at least minimize the cost, but we would come back with a budget modification as part of the April 19th meeting, likely for the additional funds that would be needed for staff detail once we finalize those costs. On some of the rough estimates that we've put together, we expect that to be in the kind of $2,000 to $2,500 range, depending on how creative we can get. It does help that it's just the AYSO squads rather than both the two high school teams. As you know, Councilman, there was already an on-campus parade for those two teams among their peers, I think, which was well received. So they've had some recognition there. But if that's the direction, we would come back with a finite budget item to allow for us to move forward with that.
Maybe as a suggestion, since they've already had a parade, maybe we can recognize them also with a proclamation in the council chambers.
Yeah, we can invite them.
yeah.
No, that one we can do at no cost. And in fact, that's usually our customary action for a team with success, to invite them down. And talking to Dr. Keller a little bit about it, he thinks we might get better attendance from the girls team than perhaps the boys team based on their experience. But we'll invite them both down and their coaches to either the May 3rd or May 10th city council meeting. Our hope is to be in person for those nights. And given that if we do have the AYSO activity, it might be better to stagger those a touch, so we're not doing it all in one night. That's a lot of proclamations to give in a single evening. But it would be a great way to kind of open up the council chambers and invite the community back in person.
Okay, super. So then I would make the motion that we choose option 2 to keep the cost down and provide a nice parade for the families.
On Tuesday night,
On
Tuesday,
May 3rd,
May 3rd, correct.
I'll second that.
All right, and that's going to require a budget modification?
yeah, my guess is somewhere in the $2,500 range.
Right, and is that what we're voting on currently that needs?
No, we'll have to bring that back. We'll have to agendize that resolution with the specified amount, give you some detail as to the staffing that will be associated with it. Just so everybody knows, I don't think this will come as a surprise. It will require a 4/5 vote to appropriate the funds.
All right, so that's a motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember Ehrenheim. Everybody clear on what the motion is?
Is it for a parade and the proclamation? Or I thought it was just the proclamation.
Yeah, the parade and the proclamation for the AYSO teams, and then the proclamation either that night or a staggered night for the CIF teams, the high school teams.
And the AYSO hasn't had a parade?
Correct. To my knowledge, they have not.
All right, any council comment?
Do we know that it works for those teams?
Are based on preliminary conversations, just trying to gather data as it relates to the participants involved so we can start working on proclamations. We sort of expected that as a minimum. I think the answer is one of those two dates does work. Councilman Lowenstein might know more definitively.
Yeah, I believe they both do. I think May 3rd was the preference.
Yeah.
So.
All right, do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
No. Public comments, this item.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Ehrenheim?
Here, aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember MD?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that's a 5-0 vote passes. Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein. Moving on to H19.
Okay. Mr. Saman, oh yeah. So as part of the budget last year, each of us were allocated $100,000 to improve infrastructure in our districts or other expenditures related to, public facilities, I think is the best way to put it. So I would like, since I think this is a great, start at the residential paving project, I'd like to add on 2 streets to see if it's possible from my funds. And that would be Spencer between El Redondo and Irina, and also North Juanita between Spencer and Emerald, those 2 segments, if within my budget that's available, if I could add those on to the bid. And my money that's been the money that's been allocated for the $100,000 would go to those segments.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I wouldn't say we add them to the bid at this particular point because we're asking you to approve the plans and specs to make this ready. There will definitely be some staff investigative work that needs to be done on both locations. We got to assess how much concrete, asphalt improvements will need to be done. Spencer in particular, between El Redondo and Irina, is going to be very challenging because it doesn't actually have curbs and gutters. They may have a couple of segments of curbing. It has right-of-way. It's currently about a 30-foot road or paved roadway. Yet we have about 60 feet of actual right-of-way there. There's significant encroachments that are there with fences, hedges, and trees. So I'm not certain that this one would work because it's going to require some extensive design work and assessment, and obviously working with the residents to relocate a lot of their improvements. But for Juanita, between Emerald and Spencer, we can definitely look at that, make that assessment, and hopefully by the time we receive bids, we'll have a pretty good idea of what that assessment looks like. And then we could match that against the actual prices that we receive from the bids to confirm that we're able to proceed forward.
Okay, great. That's fine. If it's possible, great. If it's not, I understand.
Okay.
So then I make
let you know after that.
So after we hear any comments or any other from the public or council, I'd like to make a motion to approve H19, please.
Second.
All right. Do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
No public comments for this item.
Any other council comments? No. All right. A roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember MD?
Aye.
And myself, aye. That's passes by a 5-0 vote. Thank you. All right, so now we get on to J, public participation on non-agenda items. Do we have any speakers this evening, Madam Clerk?
We should, yes. So anybody that would like to speak on J1, which is non-public participation of non-agenda items, please raise your hand. There we go. Okay, so Caitlin Greeley, I'm not sure if I said her last name correctly.
Greeny?
There you go.
All right, hello everyone.
Hello?
My name is Caitlin Greeny. I am a resident of Redondo Beach and reside in the Ocean Club Apartments on Catalina and Emerald. I'm a speech language pathologist and work within a private rehabilitation clinic for children with disabilities. I'm going to introduce a proposal for Zoolager Park. Zoolager Park has become a form of community for those who have suffered immense loss during the COVID-19 pandemic. While this park is not an official off-leash dog park, we would like to propose and establish a fenced-in off-leash dog park where all well-behaved canine citizens can exercise in a clean, safe environment without annoying people, property, or wildlife. Walkability factor is of high importance where no cars are needed to drive to the nearest dog run. A small handful of Ocean Club residents, one who has signed our petition, do not live in Redondo Beach year-round and rely on Ubers and other means of transportation to navigate the area. Walkability to a close park is important and thus produces a large number of people on the road come 5 p.m. when people are done with the workday. Restrictions and rules that are informally being used amongst the group will be implemented to ensure safety and care, such as strong fencing, proper entry/exit gates, no food or treats allowed in the fenced-in area, no tolerance for aggressive dogs or excessive barking. To establish and implement these rules, routine park goers that are community members, homeowners, who have already nominated themselves to enforce these rules to maintain order and sanitation. This park will be a community project in partnership with the City of Redondo Beach, designed to satisfy the needs of dog owners and non-dog owners alike. Thank you for listening to our proposal for a safe and protected off-leash dog park in Zoolager Park.
I have a point of clarification, since we're allowed to do this within the Brown Act. Ms. Greeny, are you referring to dog park or dog run? Because
dog run.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Greeny, just to let you know, while we may have many thoughts about what you just stated, we are not allowed to respond to it, and we're not allowed to respond to anything anybody says in J1 public participation on agenda items because it's not on the agenda. But you should look for further action in the future on the council. All right.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next up, I think, is Madam Clerk.
Okay. Sheila Lamb.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. You are in receipt of a letter from the Planning Commission requesting approval and support for revisions of the Outdoor Living Space Ordinance number 10-2.1510. Updating this ordinance is important because the current ordinance inadvertently allows new development to sacrifice outdoor living space in order to increase indoor living space. The Commission would like to rectify this issue by updating the ordinance, and in doing so, improve the quality of life for the community as a whole. There are many pressures at the state and local level to urbanize and densify our city. These pressures manifest as development, which maximizes building height, breadth, and bulk, leaving little or minuscule outdoor living space on buildable lots. To some, outdoor living space has come to be regarded as expendable, and in its place, we see more and more concrete. We have all seen this. We all have an example in our minds. As we move into the future, the city that we know and the values that we hold for our residential neighborhood character could disappear, and in its place, a city we no longer recognize as home. In addition to the pressures to urbanize, consider this. In the next 8 years, Redondo Beach may be building close to 3,000 additional housing units as proposed by the state of California. Under the current outdoor living space ordinance, this could translate to a concrete jungle. Therefore, it is crucial that our development standards ensure that any future development build-out include adequate and reasonable outdoor living space standards. Our current ordinance is out of step in this regard. The ordinance must be revised to ensure that we maintain and improve the quality of life that we cherish as residents of this unique beach town, our hometown, called Redondo Beach. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamb. Just, I guess, a point of order or clarification for the city staff. How come letters from Planning Commission aren't attached to that item when it comes before us and rather submitted as blue folder items?
Well, normally they would be. I don't know, Brand, you might be able to speak to this specific referral from the commission.
Yeah, this was not a city council referral or direction for Planning Commission to do this review. Normally, if it was something that was on your strategic plan or a referral to staff from city council, and it was something that we would take to Planning Commission for them to review, we would bring that back as an agenda item. But this was something that the Planning Commission chose to undertake on their own.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, I thought this was something that was coming to us. Noted. Thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
All
Okay,
right.
so Manuel, George.
Yes. Good evening, honorable council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is also pertaining to the outdoor livable space that Commissioner Lamb had just spoke about. I became aware of this letter coming up to the city council level a couple days ago, and I previously have sent a letter to the Planning Commission back in January, and I just wanted to resubmit that letter to the city council as well for their review relative to this issue. I think everybody that's commented tonight has valued and certainly objective opinions on this issue. It has become a great issue in the city, this open usable outdoor livable space issue. And I just am requesting that the city council members provide some kind of a monetary compensation for this issue for an outdoor consultant to come in and review this issue and make some findings relative to this issue. I don't think anybody that's really honestly has spoke in the past, as well as probably in the future, is really qualified to make a good decision on this issue relative to what is quantitative and quality of outdoor livable space. I'm a building designer. I've been in the area for 35 years. I've grown up in this area. I live in this area. I have, in fact, dealt with all kinds of density and coverage issues relative to concrete and building. And one of the impacts, I think the greatest impact of this whole thing is the property values that this will, in fact, affect. I've kind of addressed this issue in the letter that I've dropped in today as a blue folder item. And all I'm requesting of you is that you review this letter and reach out to me if you have any questions or comments. I'm very adept at answering questions and trying to explain this to anybody who's willing to listen. If you have any questions, which I'm at this point, I don't think you do, but please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. George, and thanks, Ms. Lamb, for both engaging on this topic. Like we said, we can't respond. Right, next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker is Ralph Struttenberg.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Ralph Strutzenberg. Yeah, I was on the Planning Commission. This is over a year old, the outdoor living space. We had come to a conclusion of what we wanted to forward to the council a year ago, and it's just sat and gone nowhere in that time. I'm not sure if the current Planning Commission has made any changes to it since then. I haven't looked into that. But what we had proposed even a year ago was pretty straightforward. There's nothing that we need to bring in outside consultants for. Does it have effect? Absolutely. Does it add outdoor living space? Absolutely. It's pretty straightforward. I would ask too to get it on the agenda for City Council. It's sat for long enough in the back door. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Strolzenberg.
Okay, so that concludes the participants on Zoom. So we have a couple comments on J1. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not going to read the one by Nicole Strong because she was basically just asking for Caitlin Graney to have the opportunity to speak, which she did. The second comment is submitted by Nikki Negretti Mitchell. I love Redondo. I made this my hometown over 40 years ago, and I've lived in each of the 5 districts. I care very much about our future. I represent a much larger number of North Redondo households than I realized. The true number, only counting those that line the right-of-way from Artesia to 190th, is actually 483. Not something to ignore, and that doesn't even count homes 2 doors west or east of Fermona, Ruxton, or Condon. I got Metro's attention. I persuaded them to come back to Redondo to walk with us through our overlooked neighborhood on April 11 to learn about our community directly from us. I conveyed they need to be shown how their right-of-way plans cannot possibly work. It's our chance to demonstrate it would be a huge irreversible mistake to try and squeeze 2 more tracks onto the right-of-way, making it 3 tracks total, including jet fuel freight that would be moved 7 to 10 feet closer to our household infrastructure, just 23 feet away from our back wall. Then passengers ride with jet fuel tankers and share a street crossing. It's wrong. It would create a safety hazard of colossal proportions for us residents and passengers, especially considering the large number of derailments lately. It would forever drastically change the landscape of our city. Don't let them do it. Please, no more ambivalent position of neutrality. Stop the narrative. Metro will do what Metro wants to do. Imagine the upgrade to the commerce sector by bringing the elevated rail to the Galleria. It's the only positive way forward. I listened to Metro board meetings where other communities get what they want in terms of reimagining rail plans in their area. They ask like we did when we asked them to study HAW2E. I don't know how to pronounce that. They gave Metro coordinated pushback. Advocates called into their meetings. Mayors and council members called in from towns along the Santa Ana line and got their tunnel. Little Tokyo was spared at grade rail through their community and got their subway. Significant. Please write to Metro, call in, reiterate what's best for our city. Let them know how we're serious about getting this done correctly. We only get one chance. We've been informing residents of our 411 walk. Please join us. Details are in your .org inboxes. Thanks. That concludes comments under.
Okay, there's one more. It was put in G1. So
okay, thank you.
I'll go ahead and read it. So it's Mark Nelson. I see nowhere to comment on the proposed action on the tree ordinance. My comment is that the ordinance needs to fully consider how to count trees. For example, line of view block trees, such as cypresses, should be 1 tree and not 3 or 5, or whatever the actual count is. In fact, I believe we should step back further and really have a list of named trees that count as removed versus other junk and view block trees. This ordinance would be yet another. The devil is in the details action, but we need to be detailed now, not in appeals court. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for those public comments. Any others?
That's it. That's it, Mayor Pro Tem.
No attendees raising their hand. Thank you. We'll move on. I believe we are now moving to ex parte communication. No, we don't have a public hearing. So items continued from, or are we going to go N1 before M? Yes. N1 before M. So
P1?
We were going to do N3 and then P1, I think.
Oh, sorry, N3 and then
N3, yes, sorry. N3.
All right, discussion and possible action on the reconsideration of the selection of 100% renewable clean energy as default rate for all Clean Power Alliance energy accounts in the city. Let me start. Are you going to lead this, Director Sman?
I will. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you again. This item is before you because of a referral from the City Council on February the 15th to come back and reconsider actions that were taken on December the 7th, at which time the council had set the default rate for the city of Redondo Beach to become 100% renewable. Joining us tonight is Ted Bardicki, CEO of CPA Clean Power Alliance, as well as Gina Goodhill, also with CPA. And the referral was from City Council to make that reconsideration. So we are all here to address any of the questions you may have.
All right. Sorry, let me get back on camera. Mr. Bardicki, do you have anything that you wanted to say?
Yeah, I had maybe a half a dozen slides to show that addressed some of the comments that I heard both back in December as well as in February. So I appreciate you moving me up in the agenda, this item up in the agenda.
Go for it.
Okie dokie.
And let's try to just keep it quick because few things come before us once, let alone twice.
Twice, yes, understood. So I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit in the presentation and start. With the background that you just know, every city council in Clean Power Alliance territory, all 32 member agencies choose their own default. You're currently on clean. Voted in December to move to 100% green, approximately a 3% increase for customers on that on the clean power rate, and then you asked to reconsider in February. One of the items that generated a lot of discussion in February was the time of use transition. I wanted to just note that following your requests, the city staff, SCE, and CPA hosted a community meeting last month to cover that transition and other questions about the high usage in over the holiday time. We got about 60 people showed up, and to date, approximately 100 of your residential customers have affirmatively opted out of TOU and gone back to flat rates. I did want to remind folks, council as well as folks watching, that we are offering bill protection for the first 12 months. That is, if people were defaulted onto the TOU rates, and at the end of 12 months, if they ended up paying more than they would have otherwise paid on the flat rate, they will receive a bill credit in 2023.
Sorry, Mr. Bardicki, what percentage did you say have opted out already?
It's about 100 customers.
Okay, out of use, but not out of Clean Power Alliance.
No. This is just out of the, so residential customers were defaulted into, if you weren't already on a TOU rate, most residential customers were defaulted in to that in February. And, we've done some more outreach, and customers could say they wanted to stay on the rate that they were on before, if they were on a flat rate before. And about 100 customers have done so far.
Right.
And they can do that at any time.
All right. Anything else?
Then there was some discussion about rate dynamics. So I just wanted to recap that for the first 3 years of our operations, we have the lowest rates available in the nation. In the region. Wish in the nation, but in the region. We were higher in 2021, largely due to increases in the exit fee or PCIA, but also, there was a lot of market turmoil that we had to catch up with. As of March 2022, our rates are less expensive than SCE, and I'll show why. And that condition will last at least until July, when we will readjust our rates as we do annually.
But we won't start paying as CPA rates until October, right?
Folks who currently pay the clean rate will continue to pay the clean rate. If you continue with the decision to move forward on the 100% green, it won't happen until October. That's correct.
Got it.
Large amounts of delivery rate increases. And that means that our rates are just about a third of a customer's bill compared to where we were 4 years ago, when it was about half and half. And I just want to note at the bottom here is that, we all operate in a competitive commodity market, and cost comparisons are going to fluctuate over time. 1 month will look different than the next sometimes. Our commitment is to always be competitive.
All right. Thank you.
This was something I think in a subsequent couple of subsequent conversations I had that folks wanted to see, which is like, what's driving bill increases? So this shows since we came in operation in Redondo, for a simple domestic rate or a simple domestic customer, what's been happening. Obviously, you could see that delivery rates which all customers pay equally, have increased significantly. The differential between the clean and 100% green rates has narrowed. When we first started out, that bill difference was about 9%, and now it has narrowed to 3%. This has stayed, it's gone up, but it has stayed relatively flat. And then the PCIA, or the exit fee, is quite volatile. It changes every year based on the previous year's market prices. And it's a major component of how competitive we are every year. This year, 2022, it's at a historic low, which means we will be very competitive. And there is, the possibility of some bounce back expected in 2023. This is new because we had not really engaged in the beginning of our rate setting process or planning yet when I was back here in December. But now we have a much better sense of what things are likely to look like come July 1st, which is the bills that or the rates that would be in effect when you changed the default in October. So the PCIA dropped quite a bit, and SCE's generation rates increased. So and then in July, so right now we're customers are seeing a pretty substantial or 6% drop in their bills as a result of the PCIA in decrease. And then the fact that we're quite competitive is because SCE's generation rates increased on 18%. So the chart shows what is early guidance on what we think the rates and the competitiveness and bills look like will look like after we implement our annual rates in July of 2022. We basically will be, as you can see, quite competitive. I'm hopeful that the clean rate will be cheaper than Edison. The 100% green rate will be slightly more expensive. But what I really want to note here is that the differentials between the three rates currently are narrow and will remain narrow. We don't see anything in the market that would change this picture of the fact that being a 3%, around 3% difference between clean and 100% green, and about 1.5% between clean and lean.
All right.
The last thing I just want to note is, again, an update. When I was here in December and you were discussing this, you were part of a first wave of cities that also ended up changing their default rates this year. So we have now Camarillo, Hawthorne, Beverly Hills, Claremont, yourselves, Los Angeles County, all having decided to change their default rates to 100% green over the course in October of 2022. Los Angeles County is going to go in stages. It's very, very large. It's a lot of additional renewables to acquire. So we're going to do theirs in stages. And then also Rolling Hills Estates in South Pasadena, which were part of the original 10 that started out CPA at 100% green. They had some residual commercial accounts that were still on clean, and they also voted to change to 100% green to bring in alignment. So this is just what has happened within our cities. I can if you want to indulge, I can explain why, but I'll stop here and
yeah, thank you. If they want to ask you, they can ask.
Yeah, that's right.
Screen sharing, please.
Yeah, sure.
And I'll just say this on this item. My personal opinion is that by having a CPA here, you're kind of shooting the messenger, or you're upset with the messenger. It's kind of like, after a heinous crime, capturing the first person who's around the scene instead of the person who's truly responsible. We had prices go up big time. Some people, a minority of folks in the city had prices go up. Can you stop screen sharing, Ted, please?
Yeah, I'm trying. Sorry. I'm finding the button. There we go. I found the button.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And had their prices increased largely, I think the theory is that because they moved on to time of use and didn't realize it, and SCE was playing catch up. The real culprit here is SCE, not CPA. It would be hugely irresponsible, in my opinion, to move off of renewable energy when that's the direction the world is going in, merely because there was 1 month of a hiccup in price increase felt by a very tiny portion of the population, especially since the CPA rates haven't even kicked in yet. And when they do kick in October and people feel them, they'll be able to opt out immediately. So they might get charged $3, maybe $6 if they got a $200 bill extra for that month, and they can opt out. And heck, between now and October, if you really hate this, alert your residents. Feel free to opt out of CPA. This is how you do it. And I know CPAs already let people know how to opt out. All right. Council on my screen, Councilmember Narenheim is first, but is that whose hand was first? Councilmember Lowenstein was first?
Yes.
All right, Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you. I would actually agree with you, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Abaji. The biggest culprit here has been Edison. Mr. Bardakey has been very generous in terms of his time explaining and talking with me about things. One of the things I looked for, and one of the reasons I'm wondering this out, is to see if rates would stabilize since December, and they have quite a bit. So mine went down about 50%. So maybe 40%. But anyway, I was very concerned in December. I don't think it was a tiny, the one thing I will disagree with is I don't think it was a tiny minority. I think it was a lot of people In fact, nearly everybody I talked to said their rates jumped substantially. But 2/3 to 3/4 of the bill is Edison. And most of the reason the bill went up is because of wildfires and because of lack of maintenance, deferred maintenance. So I can't blame CPA for that at all. The one thing I had a concern with was the rates that were deprecating, the ones that were dropping, and I think you clarified that, Ted. The rate protection, I assume, is just for CPA, right, Ted, not for Edison?
No, it is for both Edison and CPA. We're doing it jointly.
So is that automatic, or do you have to go to them and say, hey, what's the difference?
No, that'll be automatic.
Okay. So is that anywhere in writing?
So let me, yeah, I mean, that's in the tariff and in the bill protection, and we have a bill protection. Let me make sure that it's clear. It's for people who were automatically moved in March. If you were already on a TOU rate, you don't qualify.
There's the rest. I was on a TOU rate, so I'm actually thinking about moving back to the flat rate because I am concerned. I looked at the calculations. It was little to no difference. And so I didn't see the advantage. And I have an electric car or a hybrid, and I charge it. But now I'm saying, as long as I don't go substantially above my baseline, it's not going to hurt me that badly. There are people that are heavy users that'll really hurt if you don't go into time of use. So I'm actually okay. I mean, there was a report that came out, I think it was the United Nations or somebody came out saying we only have this limited number of years before we are really, really in trouble. And we can keep climate change to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So everything we can do is important. People can opt out. I was very concerned. And if those rates continued from December on, I would have been very careful and maybe considered going back to 50%. Now that I see they've gone up about 5% for me since November, I'm okay with staying with what we have, but I wanted to make sure we at least looked at it. So that's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Baji. I said it before, I'll say it again. I was the first one on the council here, way before this even came up, to have 100% green energy. Between solar power, wind power, even though that's not necessarily the best. My basic problem comes down to this. Everyone talks a big game about private property rights. They start talking about, impacting people's personal lives, but this is directly taking money out of people's pockets. People who can't necessarily afford an extra $20 a month, extra $30 a month, or $10 a month. It really is going directly out of their pocket. And I've met a lot of those people, and a lot of people have spoken up and have said, listen, I don't qualify for a lot of these extra rates the help rates, the helping and the reduced rates. They're seniors and other people who just don't qualify for it. And, I truly believe that you get a greater participation and more people helping out the community, helping out the alliance or what you want to do when they're willingly do it. But, last time we had a discussion about people, a big campaign to let people know that we're switching or the rates. Well, we need that before it goes out. But rather than even spend all that time, have a campaign that goes out and says, hey, this is available for you to take. We're not going to force this on you, but if you want to take this program, go ahead and take this program. It was sold to us in 2017 and 18 that this would save 5 to 6% easily on your electric bills. The Clean Power Alliance, which was first sold to us, it's now changed the lace. And we would have huge savings and there would be profits and the cities would take part in that profit. All we've gotten since then is raise of rates. I'm going to screen share real quick. This came from, I asked around to some people, Manhattan Beach. This is directly from the website for Clean Power Alliance. And somebody did the math on for Manhattan Beach because they're already doing 100% energy. And you can see here that the default rate is way cheaper than all the other rates. And these are real world numbers right here. You can type it in yourself for Manhattan Beach because they've already been on the 100% green power. So, you know, cities like Ventura right here, you can see Ventura is opting out because they're going to be spending the city of Ventura will be spending 21% more than Edison's if they stay. And this was a couple of years ago. Oxnard saved the city $206,000 if they move out of it. And, you know, one of the reasons why, and I want people to be careful, if you notice the numbers, Clean Power Alliance, you know, they go through here and talk about the gas or carbon-free economy, but their lean power is actually a little bit dirtier than SDE's lean power. You can see here prices have increased for hydro, have increased by as much as 800%. And we used to use a lot, I don't know, CPA still does use a lot on the lowest end, but you know, it's there. Right here we see from April 2021, we see a lot of where we're getting the power for this. I just, at the end of the day, there's a lot of, we're making a lot of decisions for people that we should not be making. If somebody wants to go 100% green power, they need to. And to blame SCE, while they have a lot of blame, you know, our rates, electric rates, should be going down because the PCIA fees are going bye-bye or significantly decreased, as we saw from the chart. But they're not, and they're not because CPA increased prices on their product last June. That will be taking effect, have taken effect. So at the end of the day, everything that's been said about lower prices, more green energy, better customer service, you know, it all has not come true. It's not come to fruition. We haven't seen a check yet for profits going back to us. It's just costing more money. And I think it's really important that we just stay on the mid-tier rate, same as what Edison's giving right now. I think it's really important that we do that because, you know, for those of me, people such as myself that fight really hard on an individual basis and work for a better, cleaner, greener community, I'm not forcing anyone to do anything. And this is being forced upon everyone, and they have to proactively go out there and try and get themselves off of something. And I think it's just a really big disservice to our community when we start making these decisions. And with these higher rates, I just want to let everyone know, these higher rates, the city's going to make a lot more money because we got a lot more money in tax revenue. So the city's directly benefiting from higher rates, And it's essentially a tax grab. It's essentially dipping into people's wallets. So I know when the tree ordinance comes back, and I start talking the tree ordinance, you know, and people start talking about, you know, protection of trees, which I'm trying to do really hard on private property, on public property, on the right of way. You know, that adds value to the community. This doesn't add value to the community. We've had way too many issues with this particular product, and unfortunately, I won't be supporting this at all because again, it's about protecting the individual ratepayer, and we need to protect the individual person to make their own decision. And I do what I can. I get other people to join me in doing 100% power, but I don't believe we should be taking that choice away from individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ehrenheim. Folks, if we could just exercise some self-discipline, seeing as it's the second time we're having this matter on our agenda in the last 2 months, that'd be great. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll make it quick. I want to agree with Mr. Ehrenheim. He seems passionate about protecting people's rights and their choice. And I want to remind him that that is exactly what community choice aggregation does. It allows the individual to make a choice, and they can opt out, they can opt down, they can opt up, they get to choose. If you are a Edison customer, you don't get a choice. And you never had a choice until there was community choice aggregation here in the state or in other states that have pursued that model. So I agree with you. People should have a choice, and now they do. And they will continue to have a choice. Even if we as a city have decided to move towards 100% green, they can still stay at 50%, or they can go down to 35%, or they can opt out altogether. They do have that choice. And just one point of clarification, the state made the decision that people had to opt out. And the reason why they did that was because they found that people having to opt out will actually allow the state to move forward in its climate goals in a much faster way. And people do opt out, but most people haven't. And I think that's a byproduct of people really being concerned about climate change, and to the comments that Councilmember Lowenstein made, where we're going and why we need to be more proactive. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Councilmember Horvath. And what I'll just say, Councilmember Ehrenheim, relative to the statement that this doesn't add value, I disagree with. As a father of a 19-month-old, this adds value to the world that she's going to grow up in. Because if 100% of Redondo initially opts into clean power, and then let's say 10% opt out, her world is going to be a lot better. And if every other community does that, her world is going to be a lot better that she grows up in than if nobody moves. And we require individuals to individually move forward against climate change. So this does add value. And frankly, it necessitates our AES power plant even less, because we will no longer be taking that power. Redondo Beach collectively will say no to AES power, which we are not currently doing. All right. Anything else? Councilmember Ehrenheim, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick, energy was talked about just now. Last time I had a slide, I don't have it here with me, but renewable energy, the UN Council was just talked about, and Russia is on the Human Rights Council, and one of the things that's happening in Europe right now, there is significant gas shortage, energy shortage in Europe and Germany and all these locations. And when you compare Germany, which produces a far greater amount of renewable energy, to its neighbor, France, okay, they have roughly 10 times, it takes 10 times the amount of carbon to produce one kilowatt of power as compared to its neighbor, which produces far less renewable energy in France. So it's a very complicated subject. You talk to SoCal gas, and one of the reasons why I want to bring all this stuff to light, it's great for me to have these conversations, publicly have conversations, is this idea that, could you just imagine what we're going through right now in your house, and you were forced to have 100% electricity in your house, no natural gas? Can you imagine what your rates would be at that point in time? We need to have choice. And when it comes to choice, the last thing I'll say is I've been getting a renewable energy certificate. I've been using a wind farm well before all of this came up. Anyone can do it right now. Anyone can have a choice to go off SCE generated power. All you have to do is look it up online in California. So I'll make a motion to put us back on the 50% grade power. Make a motion to put Redondo Beach back on the 50% grade power, if that's all we need to move that forward with.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second? Yeah. All right. Make a motion to receive and file this.
Second.
All right. Thank you.
Can we have
public comment?
Yep. So Ralph Struttenberger.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This is something I've followed kind of since the beginning, and I agree with Nils pointed out earlier that it was sold as saving, I think, 5 to 6% back in the beginning. That's really never happened here. These are moving targets, the pricing of everything. The best you can do is take some different snapshots in time, and I've done that at different times, and I've never found that the CPA rates were lower than the equivalent SCE. In fact, using the data that they have posted online right now for their rate comparison, so if you take the generation rate and the surcharges, which are the things that vary between SCE and CPA, at the 100% level, the CPA is over 16% higher. That may be changing again. It's like I say, it's a constantly moving target. So the best you could do is take these snapshots in time, and the best I had available was the data that they put online for the customers to see. You have to really look at it. Another thing that came up a while back is looking at the 50% renewable for SCE versus CPA. Was that the 50% renewable at SCE actually had a higher content? I think it was in the 60 range, 60, 65% range of renewable, even though it only required 50 to meet it. And that is part of what drove their rates just slightly higher than the equivalent rates for CPA at the 50%. The big truth in this, though, is, I appreciate the comments that, people have the choice. 9 out of 10 or more of the people that I ask about this, and I do kind of ask people, they don't even know that they're on CPA. They don't even know what CPA is. They don't know about the different rate structures. Your average citizen just doesn't pay attention to this. So having the choice is great. Most people don't pay any attention to it and wouldn't understand it if they got into it. The comparisons are not easy to do. So there's a lot more to this than the canned presentations are fine. You're always going to try to make CPA look best when CPA is presenting. The real thing that would be great for our community is to put everybody on SCE 100%. Then we would save money and we would be 100%. Now, I don't know if there's a way to make that happen, but that would save people money and do everything you want for the environment. So if that's all possible, but as it is right now, we've always paid more for CPA. We're going to continue to pay more for CPA. It just, how much varies. It's never been a savings, and I don't think it ever will be. The surcharges are always going to be higher. The generation rate is probably always going to be higher, like it is shown right now at the 100% rate. So I'd get us out of this and, tell people they've got the choice to go to 100% if they want to. And I understand the green side of things. There's a lot of different aspects to this, but the fact is we're paying more, no doubt, and we could get the same thing for less from SCE. Thank you.
Time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schutzenberg.
Okay, we have Craig Calderwelder.
All right, Mr. Calderwater.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members and staff. My name is Craig Cadwallader, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation South Bay chapter. And I strongly encourage you to stay at the 100% green level. I might add in the staff report, the chart that is shown there is now out of date. I believe there's approximately 21 municipalities at the 100% green level, which makes it roughly 2/3 have chosen to go to 100% green. Some of your neighboring cities, as you know, have done that. And I might add people to people's considerations, the impacts on the environment, the climate change we're all well aware of. There's plenty of scientific evidence to support that. And if any of you remember the El Nino storms in 82, 83 in the 90s that did huge damages to Redondo Beach, the increased storm levels are projected going forward due to climate change, sea level rise, which will impact the beaches. And we need to do something now. We can't wait. And if there's an issue with people paying bills, maybe the $59,000 that I calculated in net profits to the city from the utility tax increase, maybe you could make some grants available for a few people who can't meet their bills. The fact is, people can opt out. There is a choice, and this makes lots of sense. And as was mentioned, if everybody went to 100% green, the AES power plant would not be there. So I encourage you to stay at 100% and do the smart thing, and green renewable power is the way to go. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, we have 3 e-comments. Go ahead, Vicki.
Thank you. Jim Montgomery submits, greeting mayor and city council members. I oppose the reconsideration of the selection of 100% renewable clean energy as the default rate for all CPA energy accounts in the city of Redondo Beach. The latest report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that came out yesterday makes it clear we have run out of time to avoid the impacts of climate change. They are already upon us here in California. Extreme drought, heat waves, wildfires, etc. But we can do our part by rapidly shifting our economy to renewable clean energy, and you and the city of Redondo Beach can do your part by keeping the selection 100%. Please read the following article before making your decision. Kicking the can down the road is no longer an option. It is now not only our children who will suffer the impacts of the climate crisis. It is all of us now. There's a link on the page. Some key findings from the report. The world can still hope to stave off the worst ravages of climate breakdown, but only through a now or never dash to a low carbon economy and society. Scientists have said, in what is in effect a final warning for governments on the climate, greenhouse gas emissions must peak by 2025 and can be nearly halved this decade, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, to give the world a chance of limiting future heating to 1.5 centigrade, above pre-industrial levels. Please be on the right side of history. We have ignored the science for too long. We can ignore it no longer. Please keep the selection at 100%. Sincerely, Jim Montgomery. The next comment is submitted by Mark Nelson. So long as the city and the ESP provide a straightforward, no-cost, non-time constrained path for customers to move to whatever level of service they choose, and so long as the ESP is required to notice the customers in the bill, I believe staying on 100% is okay. However, let's be clear, 100% is a fiction until the last customer is 100% statewide. Otherwise, entities like CPA overbuy in the daytime and lean on the grid in swing hours, using out-of-state coal and gas. We always need a reality check on what 100% really means until such time as 100% means that 24/7, 365 is carbon-free without any accounting tricks. Submitted by Leslie Campeggi. Perhaps being more proactive regarding choice would be better to educate customers about this process. When the city made the choice to adopt CPA, most consumers weren't aware they could opt out. The explanation of the choices came from Southern California Edison in 4 languages, making the printing small and difficult to read. We must, as a city, do much better in communicating changes such as this and the mechanism from which people can choose their preferred method before being surprised. That concludes. And I believe that concludes. And now we have another person now, Laura, that's raised their hand.
Oh, we got somebody raising their hand. Okay. David Goldfarb.
Hi, thank you. I am Riley Goldfarb, a junior at Redondo Union High School and a very passionate environmentalist. I'm here to sincerely ask you to again vote yes for switching our Clean Power Alliance default to 100% green power. I previously spoke at a Redondo City Council meeting where I asked you guys to vote yes for Redondo Beach to make the switch over, and the result was almost unanimous with a yes. During that time, I had created 2 petitions for Redondo Beach community members to show support for switching to 100% green power. Within those past few days, I created a social media campaign using the hashtag RB100GreenPower, which many people supported, and was able to get over 700 signatures for the hard copy and online petitions. I would like to note that the majority of these signatures I got are from Redondo students, as we are very passionate about the issue of climate change. I think it is important to know that we are soon to be your voters, and we all strongly encourage you to support measures to protect our environment, which we are being looked at for solutions of. While I understand that there is some concern regarding the utility bills increasing within the next year, if we switch to 100% green power, it will only increase by 2 to 4% more than what it originally is now. And right now, this is the main thing Redondo can do to make a difference for our environment and set the example to other cities that we all need to stand together and fix climate change rather than avoid it. After Redondo said yes in December, it led to 5 more cities agreeing to switch. Switching over to 100% renewable energy would mean so much to me because as a Redondo resident, I would be beyond proud and honored knowing that the city I have grown up in my entire life has made positive impacts towards saving the world, which is something that I, as part of the younger generation, care deeply about, and as we are the young ones who have to deal with the negative effects of climate change. This is the most important action you as our city council can take to reduce emissions and make significant progress on our community's climate action. I have seen Redondo in the past few years take charge at the forefront of environmental change, so switching to 100% green power would be another very impactful step towards switching and towards fighting climate change. In conclusion, please, please, please vote yes for Redondo to switch to 100% green power so that we can lead the way for a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable future for our generation. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you, Mr. Goldfarb. Thanks for coming back. All right, any other public comment?
That's it, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I would agree with the previous speaker. I'd also agree with the speaker before that. We need to do a really good job on the website of educating people what's happened, their options to opt out if they really need to. And I like Craig Cadwallader's idea of providing potential grants for people that are really struggling with their bills related to a switch to 100%. So, you know, maybe we can look at it at a future meeting, but I think we should stick with 100% after reviewing all this. So that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein. I think we're ready for no more public comment, no more council member hands. So do a roll call vote for the file and receive. Receive and file. Councilmember Nierenheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath. You're muted.
Sorry, I was doing a Todd impersonation. Aye.
Councilmember MD.
On behalf of Mr. Goldberg and Eugenie Lewis, who talked to me about this, I vote aye.
All right, I vote aye as well. Thank you. That passes 4-1. Moving, thank you, Ted, for coming back. Moving on to item M1, discussion and possible action regarding potential amendments to administrative design review and planning commission design review procedures. Is this a public hearing that we need to do ex parte?
No public hearing.
All right, thanks. We got Director Forbes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Redondo Beach's current land use regulations have thresholds on what size of a project triggers a planning commission design review, both for multifamily residential and then for commercial, industrial, mixed use, and public development. This type of review has a public hearing requirement and specific criteria to be met for the planning commission's approval. If a project does not trigger planning commission design review and doesn't otherwise require public hearing, such as a conditional use permit or a variance, then it goes through the administrative design review or ADR process to be reviewed and approved by the community development director. The Redondo Beach Municipal Code sections on this establish the procedures for planning commission design review, where the commercial, industrial, mixed use, and public development projects are triggered at 10,000 square feet of land area. So when it has that 10,000 square feet, and it then will have to go to planning commission design review, but less than that, excuse me, it would go to the ADR administrative design review. And so if a project does not trigger planning commission design review and does not otherwise require a public hearing, it's considered under that ADR. But right now, those non-residential uses do not trigger or require a notice of pending decision per those procedures. And what we found out through a recent project that came through, where there was a commercial project that was going in, it was qualified under the administrative design review. It did not require a notice of pending decision, and resultingly, it did not. There was not an appeal process for the neighbors. So the neighbors not only didn't get the notice of what was going in there, and this is right up against residential, so that the neighbors are in the residential zone, and this was in a commercial zone. So the concern is there a due process for those neighbors when they don't even get notice of what the project is, and it also had access onto that neighborhood street. So that was the concern. So what this particular item is for, a city council to consider revising the administrative design review so that it does require that notice. And it's the notice that triggers whether or not it can be appealable. If it has that notice of pending decision, then it does trigger, it does allow for the possibility of the neighbors to, or anyone for that matter, to appeal and then that appeal goes to the Planning Commission with a hearing. The other discussion that we had on this particular item when this is being brought forward for a strategic plan item is, would you want to reduce what triggers going to Planning Commission design review? For example, that particular project was only a 2,600 square foot building, and it was like a 7,300 square foot lot. The concern would be is if you do decide to reduce it to say anything 7,000 square feet or larger would have to go to Planning Commission design review, you might end up seeing a lot more properties along the commercial corridor that have to go through that additional time and cost just to go for that Planning Commission design review public hearing. And that doesn't mean you don't do it. I just want to make sure that you're aware, versus if you just make the revisions to the administrative design review, those that would end up going to the Planning Commission are those where the neighbors really seem to have more of a concern or issues because of perhaps the layout or access or the proximity to the residential neighbors. One other item that came up that in the questions that I got when this agenda went out was, could we as well for under the administrative design review look at expanding the radius of notification? Right now it's any property within 100 feet of the property would get noticed. So maybe that might only be the next door neighbor, or maybe the 2 doors down, maybe across the street. So maybe there's the opportunity to as well increase that radius for the notice of pending decision. So this was an item on the strategic plan. It was an issue that came up. I think you'd even done a referral to staff before we even got to the strategic plan. And so this is for council to consider draft language to amend the administrative design review process to include that notice of pending decision and appeal requirements for the qualifying non-residential projects. And there was sample amendments in the staff report. And then consider increasing the radius for the notice for the administrative design review, and then consider if you want to reduce the threshold for triggering Planning Commission design review. I'll turn that over to you if you have questions. It's relatively straightforward. It's just something where it seemed like there was something missing in a due process under the administrative design review.
Thank you, Director Forbes. Very thorough analysis here in the staff report. Councilor Aaron.
Thank you. So thank you, Brandy, for all of this, because this is a big deal for the residents in around the project. Now, I talked to Mayor Brand about this earlier. I meant to reach out to you as well. I was a little bit confused on this after I talked to him. I was like, okay, this is what I want. But after going through the changes, when I talked to Mayor Brand, we said, what was it? It was to request design review is really the biggest, the only real language, because I want residents to be able to have input, but I don't at all necessarily want to hold the process up or make it that much more complicated. Only if the residents in that area, for instance, we have the cannabis item coming up. Someone builds a cannabis shop or remodels something, they won't have access to the ability to do a design review. But I also don't want to be forced if it's, say, a small little bakery like down the street I had. So the verbiage of to request design review, does that make sense to you?
Actually, to the point you made, this, administrative design review, again, it wouldn't go to Planning Commission unless it wouldn't go, excuse me, it wouldn't go to administrative design review if there is a conditional use permit required or a variance required. So to your point or example of a cannabis business, if we go that route with the ordinance,
I meant that purely as they want to remodel the building or they want to build a building or something, right? And they wouldn't, like right now, the business that's there, it's building up, we don't have a process for the public to weigh in. I'm only using it as an example for remodeling.
Yeah, it would still go to, at least it would still have its process of having to go to Planning Commission design review. And there would be certain criteria that would have to, it would still have to go to Planning Commission. And it would have a public hearing there. And the point being is right now, if it's that administrative design review, right now there's no option for that due process of it ever getting to a public hearing. Or them providing, feedback that has to be taken into consideration. And, so I think that, I don't think it's just, well, if somebody requests a hearing that it would go there. I think that's, at that point, you may as well just make everything go for a Planning Commission design review. I think it should be, it's either an appeal or you set your standards of what would trigger it going to the Planning Commission design.
I would only want it to go to the Planning Commission if it gets appealed. We haven't had that many issues. I see the two options you have here, amend Planning Commission design review. I don't want it to be a smaller threshold. I'd rather just have it be, because it could be a 2,600 square foot lot, which is a building, which is, if it's right up next to a residence.
Yeah. So with the administrative design review, what I had in the staff report was, adding that language that, because it's the notice that triggers whether or not it's an appealable. So it's
got it.
That language in there for all non-residential development under section 10-2.2500A9, which is, basically what qualifies it for administrative design review. And then it has the rest of the language. It requires that notice. So I would, my recommendation would be to add that. Obviously, I put that in the staff report because that triggers the ability to appeal it to the Planning Commission.
Right.
But it doesn't require, every project of a smaller size to have to go to Planning Commission. But at the Planning Commission, they're going to evaluate all of the concerns that the neighbors have with it.
Right, and that's only if it gets appealed to the Planning Commission, and that's my intent here. So if I go with the second option of course I just had it, amend administrative design review procedure to go with that option. And that is something we'd have to come back for as well, correct?
Councilmember, what's that option when you say that? Just so we're following.
It's on the staff report, page 821. Actually, is it 821? Yeah, 821. It's amend administrative design review procedures to require notice of pending decision for all non-residential projects that fall under ADR.
At the bottom of 821?
Yeah, last paragraph.
Is it that? I have page 775.
Yeah.
This is the new. The new agenda, not the old agenda. It's page 3 of 5.
3 of 5 of the staff report for M1.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's at the bottom. It's the second bullet. And it's got the recommendation, then it's got below that the proposed language. Would you want to expand? Consider expanding the radius of notification beyond 100 feet.
Yeah, I would go for 100 feet is only 2 or 3 units at most. I'd say 250 feet because, and the reason why I would expand it is because there are parking issues down the street and then travel issues for vehicles. Thinking of the one we just dealt with, and I could see some other areas in other districts where that's the parking and traffic flow would become an issue.
Great.
It hits across the street then too, easily.
Mhm.
So I'll just make a motion to go down the path of it, amend administrative design review procedures to require notice of pending decisions for all non-residential projects that fall under ADR, and then change the circular circumference to 250 feet.
Oh, maybe, is there a second on that motion?
I'd like to amend it, but.
You can second it and then amend it.
All right, I'll second it.
Okay. What would you like to amend?
I'd like to make it 300 because I'm just thinking of lot sizes that gives you like, I don't know, typical lots between 40 and 60 feet, just to make it, 5 houses down from something just to 300.
I think we should argue about this for about 10 minutes, 50 feet.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. All right, fine. I'll take it.
Okay. Now, I don't know if I can speak now or not, or forever hold my peace.
Well, I have a question to pose real quick. Director Forbes, when you look at this, screen real quick. When you look at this the statute, and it says that basically notice goes out that there's a pending decision, right? Let's see, where is that? Oh, here, notice of pending decision. That's what people get in the mail. I feel like I just got one in the mail for a 3-in-a-lot getting built in catty corner to me, right? All people know is that they are building a 3-in-a-lot catty corner to me. They have no idea what the design is, right? And then they only have then they have 10 days within the date that the community development director actually approves the design. But they don't actually know when that date is, or they don't get notice of the approval of the design, do they?
It's actually on the date. You'll get on the notice, it'll say that the director's decision will be effective so many days further out. I can't remember.
Okay, but then how do they know what the decision is or what the design is?
You can request to see the design or ask questions about it, and we do get that. So you'll have that in that 10 working days time frame of from you get the notice.
Within 10 days of the community development director approving a decision, a person has got to request a copy of the approval or the design plan, the plans. What's the turnaround time within the city to push that out?
We'll usually set up a Zoom call to go over the plans with somebody, or set up a time at the counter.
Okay.
That day or the following.
Then they got to file their appeal, which the appeal is a basic form that they sign off on, or is there a?
Yeah, I believe we have it. Yes, it's our standard appeal form.
Okay. Is there any way that we can make that a little more transparent, like, notice of pending decision, and here's what the community development director approved on one page? Or is that when nobody does that?
It has what the content of the notice of pending decision is in here.
Okay, well, I mean, none of the more senior council members have an issue with the noticing method and the like, so I don't think I should take issue with it. So.
Yeah, and we've had quite a few, because it is required. You're right, on the 2 and 3 on a lot, and we have interestingly found during the pandemic that we've received a lot more inquiries, and people are able to get their questions answered. Some we haven't seen the appeals, but they actually will come in and ask questions. And those are not necessarily as impactful as, say, a commercial development next to residential. But we definitely get inquiries, and our people are able to coordinate I haven't heard any complaints of I wasn't able to get to the, see the drawing. We turn that around as soon as we get the inquiry from the neighbor.
All right. Well, seeing as Councilmember Lowenstein just stepped away, I will continue to ask a couple questions. Let's see, are there other Hands up, Councilmember Lowenstein, go ahead.
Yeah, would like Councilmember Nierenheim to restate the motion once more for everybody. So we will have an appeal. Sorry, it's my dog. We will have an appeal and we will have 300 feet from the project, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, those are the two things I wanted. Thank you.
And in the case that triggered this discussion to come about, would the 300 foot notice perimeter kind of alerted the folks who were concerned about the project?
Yeah, and that's interesting that's, I got that inquiry today from the mayor about is 100 feet enough? And I'm like, thinking about it, it may have, there were quite a few neighbors that were concerned about this and they coordinated with each other. But if it had only been maybe the next door neighbors and somebody across the street that had received the notification because it was only 100 feet, if it was in a neighborhood where maybe they're not as tight, this was a really close neighborhood group, but there might have been neighbors just a couple doors down that wouldn't have had any clue that project was going in. So I think that 300 feet is definitely a reasonable radius to put in there.
All right. Now, if we went with the suggestion that you have on 816, the second bullet point, which is to require planning development. I guess when you have planning commission review, how much does that slow the process to get to approval and get to building?
That's a significant amount of time. You're going to have have to review it for the criteria for planning commission design review. We have to do a public hearing notice, which, we have to get that to the clerk's office at least 3 weeks in advance of that planning commission date. Planning commission, there's a cost to it. I don't have the master fee schedule pulled up, but there, it's a cost, a few $1,000s that they're going to have to pay for that hearing. And then, then you have the public hearing. They have to approve a resolution. It might get carried if it's a big enough, if there are big enough concerns that are raised. It is definitely a more time consuming process. I'd say it would add at least a month to a month and a half of time. And that's, on the short end. And then additional costs.
Right. When you talk about the criteria for planning commission design review, is that different than the criteria that the administrative design review?
Yeah.
What's the difference? I mean, I don't want you to get into the factual. It would seem like when if the planning commission is approving something, it should be kind of similar criteria to what you're administratively using, right? Or no? Is there some different theory behind that?
They're going to be looking at, I think, a little bit more on the details. I'm trying to pull up they're going to be looking at more details, roof planes, let's see, conditions of approval. I'm sorry, this is really.
Let me ask you a question. The current threshold, sorry, just because I forget it now that we've talked about this, is 10,000 square feet of new construction triggers planning commission design review, correct?
No, it's on a 10,000 square foot lot. And it's either on a cleared lot, any amount of development. If it's if it's just an addition, or it's 1,000 square feet of changed building. But the main point is it's got to be a 10,000 square foot lot.
All right. How many developments that are around or above 5,000 square feet do we get applying for construction a year in the city? Do you have any idea on that?
We'd have to go back and look, but it's probably, it's not as significant. It's, I'm just trying to think of what projects. We haven't had a lot of projects in the last couple of years just because people have had a lot of uncertainty. But I'd say we've had about 4, maybe 5 a year that come in and qualify, have to qualify for the planning commission design review. And, you know, we have a lot of smaller projects that will come through and do the administrative design review.
Cool. All right, thank you. No further.
And I can bring those numbers when when we bring back an ordinance for this.
All right, sure. But I think that wouldn't have captured the project that 5,000 square feet wouldn't have captured the project that was 2,666 square feet that triggered this. So, all right, I'm good. Let's see. Any, Councilmember Nierenheim, do you have your hand still up, or do you want to say something?
No, sorry, I meant to take it down.
All right. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Okay, anyone who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. I know there's one person that requested to speak on this. We can go ahead and read the public comments, Vicki.
Okay, we have one submitted by Mark Nelson. Adding a direct path to appeal process and notice requirement for administrative decisions seems to be the easiest path forward with the fewest changes required. And that is the only e-comment for this item.
All right. No further public comment, no more council member comment. I think we're ready for a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim. This is on your motion to increase the noticing period of area to 300 feet, right?
300 square feet and use the administrative design review process so that it's appealable from the ADR.
That's not what currently occurs?
No, it's not.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and Brady, just to be sure, this would be for all projects, correct? Even if it's less than 3,000 square feet. Okay. All right.
It's not. There's not it's anything that wouldn't qualify for planning commission design review will come here.
Perfect. Okay. Yes. Aye.
It's Councilmember Lowenstein. Councilmember Horvath.
I'm going to say aye for now.
Councilmember MD.
No.
And aye, please. Thank you. Passes 4-1. Thank you, Councilmember Nierenheim and Lowenstein. Let's move on to item P1.
P1.
All right. This says consideration to establish a city charter review advisory committee. Got the city attorney Webb on the case.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As part of the strategic plan, the Mayor and Council gave direction to return with options for a charter review committee, an advisory charter review committee. The charter is the constitution of the city. So reviewing it is a weighty matter. Ultimately, the voters will have the final say. There are many processes by which the charter amendments can get before the voters. You can have the mayor and council vote to put it on. You can have a charter review commission, which could put it on without input from the mayor and council. You can have a voter sponsored initiative, which could put it on and go directly to the voters. The council asked for options on a charter review committee, advisory charter review committee. And the council has done that before, most recently in 1993. And they asked for direction and proposed amendments by March of 94. It's a sign of what a weighty task this is, that they didn't finish their final report until December of 1995. So it took 2.5 years. There was a 6-month delay. I don't know what the reasoning was, or 5-month delay. They had the initial vote in July of 93, and the initial meeting, organizational meeting, was in January of 94. The options for appointing it are as varied as you can think of. It's going to have to be a Brown Act committee. The past Charter Review Committee, and attached to it are the 3 relevant council meeting minutes and the Charter Review final report, so you can get a sense of what they were looking at, how many issues they looked at, the weight behind all those issues. Other than the Brown Act, it's up to you how you appoint that advisory committee. It's worth noting that originally each of the council members was able to appoint a member and an alternate. And the mayor was able to appoint the chairperson, who did not have a vote, but was able to veto any 3-2 decision. That lasted for a year, and there was some controversy, and they didn't want the chairperson to have a veto power. And so they amended it a year into the process to give the chairperson to take away the right to veto, but to give the right to make motions and to vote. Ironically, you then had an even number for the Charter Review Committee. I encourage you, if you haven't already, look at the review committee to see what issues have come up before, what issues continue to arise. The one thing that I would caution you is it's a weighty undertaking. And you can see from the review last time that it will affect all of staff. They chose to meet on Saturdays, so that you can have members working and have not to do it at night and have maximum public participation. I don't know if they'll choose that in the future. It principally weighs on the city attorney's office, city clerk's office, and the assistant city manager at the time. You have an exhibit attached to the report of all of the legal opinions that they asked the city attorney's office to come back with. And you had the budget. I did just a rough, counting for inflation. If it was 80,000, it'd be approximately 150,000. The clerk tells me it will be much higher because there are some costs that were not accounted for in her item. So that's not in any way to caution you against it. It's past due time. It's well needed. I think staff has a lot of issues. I could see the school board having a lot of issues, but you have to be prudent in how you formulate what you put by the voters and beware of unintended consequences, because there's no simple fix. Additionally, you're restricted by state law that the default is to put it on the November statewide election, although there is a provision in the state elections code that some charter amendments can be done at either the statewide primary or the general municipal election, which, as you know, is in March of odd number years. The more time that you allow for this, the less of an impact it will be. The less time you do, the more of an impact, and the more it will conflict with other priorities that you've given my office and the staff. And I just highlight that because this is a strategic plan item. Other than criminal and other than the lawsuits that we have to defend against, this would be a top priority over other referrals to staff action, that sort of thing. So I'd, with that word of caution in mind, it's up to you. I think it will be important to decide how they're appointed, given the recent issues that have arisen with both commissions and the GPAC. It'll be important to talk about how they may be removed and what limitation, if any, you want to put on the time with which they're to return with recommendations to the mayor and council, and any limitations, if any, on the scope of the charter review that's to be done. It's worth noting that at the time of the final report, some items had already gone to the council and already gone to the voters in March of 1995. The voters had approved some, the voters had rejected others, and the council had decided not to put on some that had been recommended by the commission, and there were still outstanding recommendations that they had made to the mayor and council. So there's a chance to segment that over different appropriate election dates as state law provides. And with that, I turn it over to you to determine how you want to, so if you want to set up an advisory charter review committee, and under what conditions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, City Attorney Webb. That was very, very thorough, and I appreciate that. Here's what I'd like to just propose to everybody so that we do this in a productive manner, that we kind of, I'll make a list here, and I'm happy to do the record keeping, if you will, or the charting. But let's hit this, so the subjects that we want to cover here. Let's see if I can find this window. Move over to the screen could be easier. So we said set up committee. So this is yes or no question, whether you want to do this or not. The number of, assuming that there's a majority saying yes, then if majority yes, then number of committee members, frequency of meetings, appointment, we have that written there already, removal. What other topics, City Attorney, do you need to hear?
Well, you could leave the number, the frequency of meetings, you can leave up to them.
Okay. How about duration?
Yeah, the duration of it. You know, the mayor and council originally in July of 93 said we want all the reports back by March of 94, and they got no reports back by 94. So you have to, the scope of it is going to impact the duration. And it might even be, we'd like reports, you know, we'd like to know, well, I'll leave it up to you, but just duration and I'd leave it up to them, the frequency of the meetings.
All right.
So they met once a month. After the first 2 months, it was always on a Saturday, other than they had a couple of cancel meetings and a couple of makeup meetings.
All right. Thanks. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Baji. Yeah, so I'm in full support of this. There's a lot of cleanup language we got to do. Our charter is very much out of date, and I would propose we would also add on there for them to add or break it down into pieces. So, for instance, administrative updates, so things that are no longer pertinent to the way we do business. For there's things in our charter about our elected finance member is in charge of things, but instead of that, the budget and finance director is actually in charge of. So the city treasurer's office fully needs to be updated on there in terms of responsibility. If we even want it, a city treasurer's office, we should put that on there. City of Torrance recently had a vote on that. I think we should mimic them. City of Hermosa just had a vote on city clerk's office. They just got rid of that office and as elected, and they put it as an appointed position. You know, I would put on there as well to take a look at the city's city attorney's office as well, and have them discuss those three offices. I don't think there's any other professional offices on there that we have. And then essentially come up with a framework and a ballot measure for all those items. I'd want to have them vote once a month, meet once a month, and report back to us every other month. I'm fine with having one council member, one vote with an alternate. That way, there's always a member there. I don't think it should be too big. I'd be okay with having 2 people there for each council member plus an alternate. I'd be fine with that. So one of those 2. And duration of the Broadband committee, I'd like to have them meet until end of the year. I think that would be constrain that so that they have a smaller constraint so that when they get on there, they're more motivated to get something done. What else? And I think maybe we should put in here if there is willingness to put in here well, no, never mind. I'm gonna hold that thought. That's it for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, here's my recommendation. I would say before we take a vote on forming a committee, because this is coming under mayor council items, right, as a referral, I think it would be important to hear, to the points that City Attorney Webb made, if staff has thoughts on things that need to be fixed within the charter, I'd like to know what those are, right? Now, I mean, Councilmember Nierenheim just listed off like his own, preferences for things he'd like to see, which is, I'm guessing, like removing elected positions or whatnot. But I'd rather kind of gather like a grouping of things from the charter that we could talk about as a part of the process of deciding whether or not, we need to go down this road of doing a charter review committee. I think that would just be helpful. And then I think, to the point that has been brought up here over and over again, it might also be helpful to, do outreach on that before we start a charter review commission, just to see, straw poll wise, is that something that residents want us to pursue? Are they even interested in it? But, if it's wise to do a charter review to clean up language that is old or doesn't make sense, same thing, with the ways we clean up the municipal code here and there, that might be worth it. But I'd want to know what it is we're doing and we want to accomplish before we undertake a big task. And to the point that the city attorney made, that'll probably take longer than just going to the end of the year, which will only be like 8 months. So just food for thought.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. My personal thoughts on this, not being one of the most junior members here and the shortest resident of Redondo Beach, is I take the city attorney's word that there are changes that need to be done. And I previously just pulled a copy of my orange charter from my binder, but I don't know where I put it. In any event, I take his word that there needs to be updates that need to be made, as well as I've heard from former council member Pinsler, who served 2 terms back in 2000, I believe, that there are things that need to be changed. I doubt we'd ever complete with it by the end of the year. But I do agree that compartmentalizing the subjects of the discussion are important, because we need, to the extent they finish up on a particular subject, it should come to council and we can discuss it, and then we can put it on a ballot. And this may span several years, but at least we'll make slow progress as things get along and get the whole thing eventually updated. And I actually think that Councilmember Horvath's point about getting staff input is a good point. I thought of that when city attorney was discussing that staff needed changes too in the charter. So I think we need to have a manner by which staff can weigh in. Maybe it's one of the assistant city managers who reports, presents a report on changes they need to this committee, every other month or so, on changes that they're asking for, or something like that. All right, those are my kind of preliminary thoughts. Anybody else? Do we have any public comment here? All right, Eugene.
Yes.
Let's go Eugene Solomon. I'll come to you, Councilmember Lewis.
Okay. Eugene Solomon.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, staff, members of the council. A lot of what I was going to discuss has been raised already. I think it's good to get input from, as was done in 1995, from the various boards and commissions, the department heads, the elected officials. Certainly everyone's going to want to have an idea of how or what input should be there. You, as a philosophy, I think, will want to decide whether you want to have minor tweaks, be surgical about it, and perhaps create a tiered approach where you have a shorter term time goal to address some things like, let's say, updating municipal code for our capital improvement projects. The number is badly outdated. It's $15,000. Hasn't been updated since 1995. It's not indexed for inflation. So you may get input from the staff and the department heads or commissions that say, these are things that pretty clearly need to be updated and could be done in a surgical, efficient, and timely manner, let's say within 6 months. And then perhaps the more philosophical discussions, the bigger discussions about changes such as, do we need to have elected city treasurer, clerk, attorney? Do we want to have other big lifts of like reforming the duties and responsibilities amongst department heads that are elected officials? Some of those things from the Moss Adams report that are a bigger lift, perhaps it's more of a 12-month or an 18-month timeline, as those details and pieces of information will need to be fleshed out in a much bigger way. So I like the idea of input from all the electeds, department heads, and the commissions. I like the idea of doing a short tiered surgical approach with recommendations from the staff and the commissions about what could be updated quickly and efficiently for our processes. And then perhaps a longer term, deeper philosophical discussion on a longer timeline. I'm glad to hear City Attorney Webb's comments. I thought they were spot on. It is a very weighty issue. I'm very glad that we're talking about it. It's been something that is long overdue and that I know I've been asking for a long time, for whatever that's worth, which is about what you just paid for it. But I think this would be a very good thing to get moving forward, certainly for those things that we know we can address quickly, or at least in an efficacious way. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Solomon. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I would agree with what's been said. As terms of the composition, I think, I think Mills mentioned 5 or 10, even though this is advisory, you probably want to have an odd number as people make recommendations, and all they're doing is making recommendations eventually, I would think, unless we're the ones who are eventually going to vote on what we're going to include in terms of changes. The other thing is, do we want to allow the mayor a pick or two as well too? Because I think Mike had mentioned that didn't go over well without doing that. We should allow them to do that. So him or her, whoever it is, to do that. So the composition, but I'm fine with all the other things. Well, the only thing I'd be cautious about is the staff recommendations dragging this out. It's got to be, fairly timely. And the other things, I'm fine with the surgical approach as well too. I think that's fine. So I guess we can decide what we want to do. All we're talking about is the composition right now and the mission of it more than anything. I mean, we talk about the process of how it rolls out and the timeline as well beyond this, I think. But yeah, I'm good with this.
Thank you for that. I put in your changes here: 1 CM, 1 vote, plus 2 picks for mayor. Let's eliminate this. I'd rather eliminate this alternate, and I think 7, based on the planning commission working well together, seems like a good number. Also, what I'd add here is that we replace anybody who resigns or disappears. Disappear being missed 2 meetings in a row, or I guess 7 disappears. 2 meetings in a row. All right, that's my thoughts. Councilmember Nierenheim, City Attorney Webb.
Well, you have to be very precise because you're setting up the commission tonight. So I don't know who we is. I don't know if it's the individual council person. I don't know the person who appointed them, because it could continue beyond when the council is on there. Just to clarify, the Councilman Lowenstein, the mayor had an appointment, but he was chairman only, and then he had veto power. And when he exercised that, that was very unpopular. And so they changed it to make him the 6th member rather than do it. You know, I don't think staff will be the delaying factor here. This is a priority, but this is just a weighty issue. There are, and some of the things, you know, most of what was on Councilman Nierenheim's list was debated at great length as part of the last charter review commission. So it's just it's more a philosophical decision. Some of them have been rejected by the voters in the past. I don't know if you want to save things that have been considered in the past until later in the process and try and get through things like Mr. Solomon mentioned, which I think staff will never argue with, and subject to any limitation that you and the voters want to put on it, the amount of regarding capital in improvement projects. So I think there are some that are just good governance. There are other things such as the role of the mayor, whether we have a city manager or whether we go to a mayor council form of government. There are philosophical things that are very weighty and could have tremendous impact on the city going forward. And so the idea, when this was first broached, I think it was broached in terms of, hey, when's the November election? And I just think respectfully, that's the wrong way to think about that. And you're giving them kind of the marching orders. Unless you're going to restrict them, you can urge them to work on things on which there are just cleanup first and try and get them on the soonest ballot. It's up to them how often they feel prepared to respond to you. It will take several meetings. It will take, to get input from all the different commissions on any item that the commission wants to report to. So if there's an item on the agenda and you set a June 5th date, which is right during our budget time, but if you set the first meeting has to be by June 5th, if they have an item at the second or third meeting, well, if it impacts budget and finance and harbor commission and planning commission, do you want all those commissions to meet? What if one of them is dark for the year? So I think it's just the nature of how important what you're doing is, and the fact that you can't change it easily, that's going to eat up some time. But I think it is prudent to try and do the cleanup stuff first, maybe the philosophical things that the council, the most recent committee hasn't already decided on second, and then the philosophical ones that will take, there'll be a lot of debate about and a lot of research that may, perhaps that could be towards the end. But it just, I want to set realistic expectations for you.
Thank you. Sage advice, indeed. All right, so here's what I've done, I guess, is I said, like, in this order, subject matter compartmentalizing, and I've just put kind of the stuff we've already discussed. We've discussed changing elections as far as moving out of majority, runoff, the need for runoff. Administrative business procurement seems like a topic. I don't know if procurement goes into administrative business or what that fits into. Maybe handle these first that are not, dealing with removing positions from elected positions, and then eventually go on to these. And maybe rather than having, an end of the year for the whole thing, just put a hopeful deadline over here, knowing that it may not actually be met. And I'll just leave it blank. You guys can tell me that. I think we said this for a number so far. I don't see anybody pushing against that. And then, discussion on who would replace the person who drops out. So CM for maybe council member for district, where I guess representative of the representative who appointed a committee member has resigned or disappeared or been absent, I should say, been absent for 2 or more meetings. Or 2 or more meetings in a row. All right, and that's to hopefully capture that. You know, I appoint somebody, I'm not here anymore, the person who I appointed is gone, the District 4 council member would appoint them. And if the mayor terms out, and then the next mayor gets to replace that person, so on and so forth.
And just to be clear, when you leave or the mayor turns out, the new person can't, under this setup, the new mayor can't replace them with their own person. And I'm not arguing for or against it.
Right.
I want to be really clear because we've had a lot of issues on exactly this. So I want you to be very precise in, is this person there as long as they don't miss 2 meetings in a row? And even if they miss 2 meetings in a row, they're only gone if the council person doesn't remove them. So
here's the question. Do we have an example of, you know, regulations that control absenteeism on a committee? Because I don't want to put something like 2 meetings in a row, but now a person had a disability or a surgery that kept a necessary surgery that kept them out. And now we've essentially gotten somebody off the committee in violation of their rights to not be discriminated against based on medical condition or disability.
Well, we typically use unexcused absences. That's why at every meeting almost you use commissioners for their justified absences.
All right, about unexcused absences. I guess majority rule is what we intended to say. And I have tentatively, because we haven't discussed it, no removal or replacement. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you. So yeah, that's the thought I was gonna say earlier.
Councilmember MD go first because she hasn't spoken yet.
Oh, that's fine.
No, Nils had his hand up first. It's fine.
Right.
I don't mind waiting my turn.
All right.
I was gonna say a priority level. And then maybe we even throw in here, you know, there's business items that just need to be cleaned up on our city charter. And then there's philosophical items, which is very last on the list of items, whether or not they should be on there or not. And I like the timeline. That's why I threw the 6 months on there. Odd numbers, I'm fine with that. Ability to remove should be at 4/5 vote.
Okay.
Because that requires, I mean, what if, I mean, I could say unanimous vote too, or the council, but we need to be able to remove it. What if somebody just refuses to really participate? You know, or there is a huge conflict of interest, right? I also think that we should be bringing this back next week. We shouldn't be making the choices of individuals today because obviously the mayor isn't here today, but bring this back with our choices for next week. Or I guess the third meeting of the month as well, if that works for our city manager. Other than that, what else? I think that's procurement. I like the sheet you're doing. Thank you very much.
For sure. All right, we can come back to you if you come up with anything else.
Yeah.
Move on. Ms. City Attorney, you still have your hand up? Yeah.
I was just going to say, you've got 2 different standards here. So I don't mean to.
Tell me where that is.
You have, in the first bullet point, you have a for cause meeting, for cause removal. In other words, they can't be removed unless they have 2 unexcused.
Where's for cause? What was that? 2 or more unexcused absences.
Right. So in other words, you have to have cause to remove them. They can only be removed for absenteeism, and it has to be unexcused. And then they're replaced by whoever the current committee member or mayor is. Councilman Nierenheim added replacement for any reason on 4/5 vote and doesn't say who gets to replace them. And so that could be problematic because each of the districts could be impacted differently by a particular charter amendment proposal. So, I'm not arguing for or against which one, but right now I couldn't tell you is it two meetings in a row and they get removed by only if the then council member chooses to replace them, or are they removed by 4/5 vote, and who replaces them in case they're removed?
Resigned or absent committee member gets to appoint replacement. All right, and then
the language was fine. I'm saying the language conflicts with the language that Nils added. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying.
All right, I try to clean it up. What's
between them? They're two different standards.
So I guess
you don't have to decide tonight. It was you directed us to bring this back tonight.
Right. No, I get it. Let's just talk through this real quick. What I'm trying to convey here is that a person who misses 2 in a row unexcused will automatically be removed, will automatically drop, be eliminated from it. No action necessary. If that is different from removal or replacement by the council on 4/5 vote for cause, which I think you kind of inserted the cause. My thought is if 4/5 of the council is voting to remove somebody, then there is cause.
Yeah, no, that one isn't cause. What I was saying is there's a difference, and you could be saying we want both. We want to have everyone removed who has 2 or more absences, and it's unexcused. Now that will lead to
4 more in a row. Sorry.
Right. That'll lead to a problem. Someone has a medical emergency. They don't ask to be excused, and you're saying they're automatically gone. So are they automatically?
That's why I'm asking for the best practice for that thing, like to eliminate absenteeism. What's the best regulation or rule that we can put in?
So you could put 2 or more unexcused absence shall be removed by the then council member and replaced. Now, there's no way to enforce that a council member does that. You can have the 4/5 vote for no cause, but then, you lose the nature of you're going to have equal representation by the districts, and the other, 4 of the districts can seek to remove someone because they view it for a conflict of interest, or they don't like the person, or just figure out any of the things that have come up in the past. So I'm not arguing for or against. I'm just saying be very careful and be very clear on what you want.
Yeah, legislating on the fly is no fun. All right.
Yeah, and so again, you set the deadline, so we could, continue the entire item and direct you each to come back with.
Yeah, I'm inclined to just have this.
One member and one alternate. Alternate seems like a good thing for me to have, because if they have votes during meetings, if the District 4 representative is on a family vacation, then District 4 won't get to vote on a weighty issue that was at that meeting. So I think, and I just picked them because you're
no, I get it. No worry.
But I think, an alternate is good. Per district is good. The mayor having 2 keeps a equal number, and you can try and figure out between now and in 2 weeks who you're, and it's a lot of work. So this is not like signing up for the Garden and Variety Commission. It's more akin to signing up for the Planning Commission, Budget and Finance, or Harbor Commission that really involves a lot of work, and you have to make appropriate choices and have to see if they're willing to serve. But that can give you 2 weeks to try and figure out who those.
When I'm inclined, my opinion is that this maybe we have this come back in 2 weeks with the city attorney's input on the recommendations that we voted on, or essentially our guidance, and city attorneys, city managers, everybody's input. as far as they want it, given that this is kind of the way we're leaning on, if this is the way that we're leaning on going. All right, Councilmember MD.
I'm a little concerned that if the committee that had it before, and these are all some pretty amazing names. I can't believe Phil Toomey was on that committee, and Pat Dreisler, and and Pinsler, and all these kind of people that are still around doing stuff. That's kind of a trip to read all of those minutes on that. But these are pretty long time residents who were pretty smart people, and they took over a year to get this done. And I just don't understand. I'm afraid about you putting a number on how many they can miss, because what if this takes 3 years? Look at the general plan. The general plan was supposed to be done in 1 year, and it was supposed to cost, and it ended up costing $1.5 million to get that committee and do all that. And then this last committee meeting, I saw that there were people who were saying they're going to not vote for it. They're going to encourage residents to not vote for it. So I'm just like, what? So what if this ends up taking 5 years? And so having it be so that they can only miss 2, that might be restrictive. That might be a problem. So I think we should definitely, it doesn't really matter. I'm just trying to point out, just like, you got to have kind of conditions for different scenarios that are going to come up. That's all I'm saying on that. And so I definitely don't agree with writing this on the fly right now. I agree with us bringing back some suggestions on how we do that. Some of these are pretty big, and all of us only have, 2, well, except for you, we only have 2 or 3 years left. We only have 3 years left. I only have 1. And so I can't imagine that this is ever going to get done with any of us still in office. And I think that they've been important to a lot of us. So there's certain subject matters that we have all agreed on. And I think there are things that we could kind of move forward with if we really wanted to get this done. And so, look, if you guys want to do a whole committee and do it for years and go along that way, I agree. We need to kind of clean up who gets to pick on that. And so, if I pick somebody, let's face it, if I hesitate to pick anybody. If I pick anybody on this council, you guys are going to say that it's something political. And I don't want to do that to anybody that's going to come in. Because then you turn around and you'll just vote them out. I just, based on what's happened before. So, yes, we should come back and try to have some language that maybe we can agree on. I think there are things that we could just agree on, and we don't have to have it go to commissions, to committee. I don't think this will be done by the end of the year. There's just no way. There's no way. Those are big topics. And the fact that these guys only had, what was it, 4 topics that they brought back, and they took 1.5 years. Was it 5, E, F6, E7? Okay, so there were 7 topics that were brought back, and it took them 1.5 years to get that together. I'm not sure I agree with the way we're doing it. I agree with what our goals are on it, because I think in the past we've all agreed that some of this stuff really needs to be looked at. And based on what we've said before, I think we agree on where we would want to go. And so I don't, anyway, so let's just come back in 2 weeks with our own wordings and try to figure that out. I'm just glad we don't have to discuss whether or not you can expose female breasts again. That'll be good based on that. I just love the minutes. You guys
that's in the last few pages. If
I know it.
I want to make sure everyone's clear on that.
That was the one topic that I worked on.
I'm not going there.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts came up. One, if you go down the path of creating a review committee, you may want to consider, aside from the council appointing somebody, that the school district appoint someone because they are affected by aspects of the charter as well. So don't know if that would be of interest, but if we're going to get into things that do affect the school district as part of the charter, they should at least have some voice on that. And then what was the other thing I had a thought on? I can't remember.
Who would appoint it at the school district?
What's that?
Who would appoint the person from the school district? The superintendent?
No, I would have the school district do that.
Like the school board?
The school, yeah, the board.
Or the president of the school board?
The board, or I don't know, that doesn't really matter. I'm just throwing it out there. Laura and Todd could speak to that probably much better than I can because
they're school board appointment
representatives, but
school district appointment question.
Oh, I remember what the other thing was. And the other thought was, I think, and I'm pretty sure this is what the city attorney said at the beginning, charter changes have to be on a November election. So if that's the case, even if you do some of these administrative type things between now and the end of the year, cleanup items, I think then we still have to wait for the next November general election, which will be 2 years away. So
what I said was what existed now that didn't exist then is the default is the statewide election. There is a separate provision in the election code that allows some items to go to a March election or a statewide primary. But the default is, it used to be, you'd put it on a citywide municipal election. And now, unless you fall within one of those exceptions, you can't put it on the March ballot.
Got it. So to that point, then, it would be good to know what those exceptions are.
The cleanup one, it's the cleanup ones you could do in March.
Okay.
But the cleanup ones don't necessarily need a committee because ultimately it's your vote. And so, like, a committee is good. A committee is very good. And to resolve some of the, well, we never resolve. We, as you can tell from the charter review report, we argue about the same things over and over again in Redondo. And some of the things that we've argued about were part of a deliberate compromise that the then Charter Review Commission decided on, or some things went to the voters and were turned down, even though they were recommended by the mayor and council. If you really want to, as an example, get cleanup stuff, I'm sure that Director Simon and Mike Wazanski have no shortage of things that they would like to see cleaned up in the charter. And I think that that the council has made it pretty clear that you want to go to some sort of ranked choice voting.
There's procedures going on?
Yeah, my blood sugar is high.
Oh, sorry.
So so you could try and just have staff do individual reports to you and seek input from the commissions you have in place. You know, you could do that as in terms of trying to work through the cleanup issues, and then for the greater philosophical issues, you can defer that. But that, you know, it's entirely up to you. But if you want to get stuff done as quickly as possible, not necessarily, and you know what you're going to want. Starting a new committee is not necessarily the quickest way. Now, the advantage of having the committee, and if you appoint good people who are committed to the city, have various interests, they can bring that expertise to the whole process. It will just take more time, and you may have many of those people on your commissions already. So if you have specific things you want to do, starting the committee may not be the quickest way to get those changes before the voters.
So
Fair point.
yeah, so to the point that the city attorney is making there, I got to agree with Laura, right? If we if there's things that we really think need to be cleaned up, then we could focus on that over the coming months and still get it onto a March ballot.
So we should just take the elections off because we plan to deal with election reform.
Yeah. Take away the big, the big stuff that maybe requires more, but to the point of the surgical things or the things that staff may identify that really require cleanup, I think we could probably do that in a much more efficient manner. And then you could get to a committee for some of the more weighty stuff, as Mike called it.
And you would have the process of, as you go through the staff recommendations, things that come up, the commission recommendations, you could ask all the commissions, hey, these are the things, if they haven't already, that you would like to have you consider changes in your charter. You could then decide amongst, the 6 of you, okay, these are things we can get on. We agree that change can be made. We get it before the voters as soon as possible. If there's something that needs a lot more study, if there's something that's philosophical, if there's something that's already been rejected by the voters, then you could have that list and then you can turn it over to a committee and give them, okay, take as much time as you need because we'd like those issues looked at and studied. So that could be a combination approach, and maybe you wait to start the committee after you've gotten the lower hanging fruit. And there is a bit of a time crunch if you're trying to make the, and I think I heard the clerk, there's not a realistic possibility of getting ranked choice voting on the November election.
Actually, I just got a notice today that the Assembly Committee on Elections tomorrow is having a hearing and they're wanting to prohibit ranked choice voting. Includes charter cities.
Actually, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Maybe they'll change it for us.
Exactly.
We don't have a choice.
Well, if they prohibit it, we're locked in.
And then, hold on, but then we'll sue them because they violated our charter.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, oh no, here we go again.
That's awesome. On that so, but anyways, you go the cleanup route. You could, make a motion for the clerk to send a letter to every commission. Hey, we'd like to know, we'd like you to consider what charter amendments would you like to see done. And some of them will be worthy of further extensive study. And we put that off until you do the charter review committee. But in the meantime, instead of the staff time attending the committee, the staff looks at those items, the items that staff already has, and brings them to you, and you see if there's general consensus, and you get them on the quickest ballot, the quickest election that is legal to put them on.
Thank you.
For the November, just so you know, we would have to call the election at the beginning of August, just to give you an idea.
I don't think anybody's thinking we're going to get anything on the ballot from this anytime soon. Councilmember Horvath, anything else? Your hand still up?
No, thank you.
All right, let me just show real quick what changes I've made. This is the Councilmember MD's point. As the approved charter changes or recommended charter changes, they'll come up to council for discussion. At which point we can decide whether to try to get them ASAP on whether we want to approve them at all, get them onto a vote or push them out. And then what I figure is, assuming we decide to pass something now, as in like this is our general direction, we have. I would like to come back like in 2 weeks with input from the city manager, staff, and other electeds as to subject matters that should be discussed, without removing our subject matters, but adding to them. Because I haven't really heard much from the city manager. Is there anything the city manager wants to say here?
Just on a high level basis, I think it's a worthwhile exercise. I do. I think our charter is quite a bit out of date. I agree with the premise that we have to manage expectations. I think it's a very complex subject. Mike and I have talked about this a little bit as well. I think there are some very, very in-depth issues here that would have to be reviewed thoroughly to be done right. But I also happen to agree wholeheartedly with Eugene. There are some very direct issues. Anything in the charter that has set some type of a fiscal limit absolutely needs to be adjusted. I mean, I can promise you, at best case, it was updated in 1995. In other cases, it actually might predate that time frame. So our artificial purchasing limits, some of our contractual obligations from a contracting standpoint, purchasing policies and procedures, archaic in many ways. So there are some things that we can do to be more efficient as an organization. And we will support whatever those reviews are, however you want to manage this process, whether it's through a committee or it's directly with the council for more immediate action. The more philosophical discussions as it relates to elected office and the like, those truly are community matters. We'll give you, objective analysis where appropriate. But at the end of the day, I really do think you have to think about this in tranches. What do you want to get done more immediately? We'll support that. And then you've got to be realistic about the time frame for the more in-depth studies, because I don't think March of 23 or November of this year for some of those items is realistic, given all the other things we're trying to do. We're struggling as a community to get a general plan update before the voters in March. We have environmental review, a lot of things to do with land use. And that's going to be tough enough. We put this into that mix as well. We are going to really be asking our residents to dig in on a whole bunch of issues in March of 23. I'm not sure that's going to be the best opportunity and time for our residents to really think about those things as a policy discussion. But I do think the effort is worthwhile, and I think we should start the process, but I think we should realistically think about when it's best to come back to the vote.
Thank you for that. And the other change I made in response to something that city attorney said was one city council member appoints one person and one alternate. And I think the rationale, with smart rationale potentially behind that, is that it's tough to catch somebody up who hasn't been there if they need to replace somebody else. It's a lot easier to have an alternate. Maybe if we lose it, if a person is lost, if a person drops, the alternate graduates,
right,
and the new alternate is appointed.
Yeah.
All right. And let's try to wrap this up and get a vote in by 9 p.m. just so we can keep making progress on stuff. Councilmember Nierenhart.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say that exact point. It's not if the main person gets removed or falls off, whatever, the temporary or the backup one moves up, and then you appoint a new backup person. That way, there's a succession plan. They don't lose any steam. Nothing needs to be caught up. I don't agree with the school board choice. I remember because that's a very finite, very surgical placement, and we're discussing the entire breadth of the city. We should be inviting them in for that discussion, whether they want to be a part of it, but they shouldn't be having a giant piece of the pie. It's too big. I mean, I hear what people are saying. What the time is never going to be right, but we got to do something. Conditions always change. We need to do something to move forward and get them start the ball moving forward sooner than later. So I would, bring this back in 2 weeks. Anyone else have anything to say? Laura does. I was going to make a motion to.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept the item that Mayor Pro Tem Obagi has written down, and to come back in the third meeting of April for appointment choices and comments from staff and other electeds, and appointment choices, comments from the staff and elected, third week in April, and any other comments that from council for this item.
All right, Councilmember, second that motion.
Well, the good thing about sending it to all the commissions is people will actually read the charter. That's good. I doubt a lot of people have. And second is that I just agree with the city manager. Charter is not out of date. If it's truly a constitution, that's how the setup of the city is. And so you can make amendments to it, but it's not to keep up with certain times and forethought. But it's a constitution, so there's no such thing as being out of date. but.
Well, I would argue the fiscal limitations are.
There's no dollar figures in the United
The
States.
dollar figures are out of date.
Those are all amendments. That's okay, but I mean.
Are you gonna call it a living and breathing document?
Yeah, exactly. It's an amendment. Exactly. The whole thing isn't out of date. That's what, but anyway, that's fine. We'll come back and take another bite of that apple on 3.
Just from a scheduling standpoint, know that the 19th is another loaded agenda evening. You're going to have fairly substantive items on for discussion that night. So we'll certainly provide you our comments on this. I don't think that needs to be extensive. We'll give you some ideas of areas that might be worth review, and we'll leave it there. But just know you've got another loaded agenda on the 19th. So
Anybody want to entertain a meeting on the 26th about this subject only? No. All right, perfect.
Who knows?
Well, maybe it'll come on the 19th, but maybe we actually won't do anything on it, or we'll never get to it, or nobody will move it up.
well, we'll have it ready for you. It'll just be a matter of bandwidth.
Anybody else? Is there any public comment?
Or what about the second week of May? I mean, it's we're setting up to fail. Usually our second meeting isn't that loaded.
Or the first, May 3rd.
Well, the first and third, we usually load it up pretty hot. At least that's what I've noticed in this.
Who's controlling the agenda?
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, there's only one item scheduled for May 10th on the strategic plan that I'm aware of. That's not to say that there aren't other items that would push. That is the week before we release the city budget. So I would not do it any after that date.
Why don't we just do it for 2 weeks from now, knowing we probably won't get to it?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have it teed up for you, and if we have to push it, and it'll become an M item at the next available meeting. I mean, that's there are probably 2 items on tonight's agenda that will fall into that category.
All right. No further public comment. Let me share the screen just so people can see what they're voting on. Let's do a roll call vote. Is it clear, Mike Webb, what we are seeking to have occur 2 weeks from now?
There's an e-comment.
You're delaying the appointment and the setting up of the advisory committee for 2 weeks. And we'll come back with the rules that reflect who appoints and who removes. You'll give the names, and everything else is direction to the committee on how they're to conduct their duty.
All right, and we are seeking input from the city manager, staff, and other electeds in 2 weeks.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Could you send that out or shrink it so that I can screenshot it, or either way? Yeah, thank you.
City clerk's office then.
Either way.
There
It's
you go.
just,
Be able to screenshot that. And I will email it to the city clerk.
Thank you.
The polling residents, what was that again?
Oh, that was, I was saying before we form a committee, like, let's talk to staff, like, let's have more like, this is all just kind of coming and we're throwing this together, like mincemeat in one night. And I was saying, we could do this a bit more thoughtfully than it's being done right now.
Input from, this should be not appointments, but input from. Staff input to electeds, commission, school boards.
And then that will go to, input will be going to the committee.
Yes, input to committee from electeds, commissions, school boards.
Yeah.
No, Solomon's company. All right, I'll email this around also to folks and the clerk. All right, let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
I'm going to vote no, because I think we're doing this in a rush here.
All right, Councilmember MD?
I'll say yes.
All right.
I'm gonna say no too.
I'll say yes, so that passes 4-1. Thanks, folks. Anybody want to, well, I'll email that in a second. We have a quiet moment. We are moving on to,
Do you want the public comment read aloud for the e-comment for this item?
oh, yes, sorry, I didn't realize. I thought I asked for public comment. Please go ahead and read that.
This came in just now.
Submitted by Leslie Campeggi. The current mayor and 2 of the 5 council members all have 3 years left of their respective second terms in office. One of the current council members also has 3 years left on this current term, which is his first term. Only two of the current council members have 1 year remaining of their last terms in office. So to say the mayor and the majority of the council might not be around when this advisory committee provides its recommendations is not correct. Further, the council has the ability to put a timeline on the different items of the charter the committee will be tasked with reviewing. As City Attorney Webb opined, charter cleanup could be done first with input from current commissions and city staff. Simultaneously, a charter advisory committee can be tasked with the weightier matters the council wants reviewed. If council consensus is reached, matters that need to be placed on a ballot could be done while 3 of the current council members and the current mayor are still in office. The suggestion by several on the council tonight to bring this back in 2 weeks with more finite points for decision-making seems prudent. Also, the school board isn't elected to decide city policy, just as the mayor and council aren't elected to decide school board policy. The 2 entities are and should remain separate. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that comment. My personal opinion, doesn't matter if we all dropped in tomorrow. If there's something that needs to be done, that needs to be done. Doesn't matter if we're around for the finish. All right, moving on to N1, I believe, discussion possible action on 2020 census and demographic data and city council redistricting requirements. Director Forbes, back to you.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for my presentation. So this item is, can you see that screen okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This item is a follow-up review of the 2020 census data and the council redistricting requirements for Redondo Beach. The city's charter requires that when the U.S. Census data is released, the city examines the boundaries of each district so that they are as nearly equal in population as practicable. Any modification of the boundaries is to be done within 9 months of receiving the data. And we received that data from the Census Bureau on August 16th. So any modifications to the boundaries would need to be adopted by ordinance by May 16th. And we've already discussed this at the November 9th, 2021 council meeting, but we had some follow-up items. So that's what we're bringing before you. While there's no specific legal requirement indicating how much deviation in population is acceptable when you're setting the district boundaries, a 5% deviation from the target number, which is the total population divided by the number of districts, has historically been considered within the acceptable limits in Redondo Beach. As well, the other basic guiding principles we have are that existing district boundaries should be retained to the extent possible, and changes to the boundaries should be minimized. District boundaries should follow natural boundaries such as major streets where feasible and appropriate. And district boundaries should be logical, contiguous, and readily discernible to district residents. There were minor changes in the map to address the 2010 census information since the prior district boundaries from 2020, or excuse me, from 2000 caused greater than a 5% deviation in District 1. And so they made those adjustments, and this is where it ended up landing, just to give you an idea of, you know, where you're looking at a percentage deviation. This is all within the 5%. The target population is, you know, 1/5 of the total population, just to give you an idea how that's calculated. As we discussed at our November 9th meeting on this topic, the new 2020 census data was also had a new disclosure avoidance procedure. And although the intent of the new algorithm was to both protect data and preserve accuracy, in Redondo Beach, there was one census block where the data increased significantly from 162 in population in 2010 to 1,716 in population in 2020. So obviously, when we talked about this, This was a census determined group quarters facility with a population of 1,547 that was added into a single family block. And, you know, as you're aware, and as we talked about, this particular block doesn't have any group quarters facilities. There was only one dwelling unit that was added to the census block between 2010 and 2020. And since there are no group quarters of that size, not only anywhere in that vicinity, there aren't any in the city of that size. So what City Council decided at the November 9th meeting was to remove the anomaly and, you know, by removing that group quarters population of 1,547 from that block. And as well, then council directed staff to appeal the anomaly to data to the Census Bureau. And that appeal process just started underway at the beginning of this year, and we're working on that appeal. Appeals are due June of next year. So we've got a little bit of time, but we are going to work on it to try and get that done this spring. So this is just a little reminder of what has been decided by council. And then by removing that, that group quarters anomaly from that block, when you now distribute the remaining population by the current districts, you can see that the deviation is all under the 5%. So you wouldn't technically need to revise the district boundaries. And so here, you know, again, here's the target population per district is 14,006. The total population then removing that anomaly is 70,029.
And that last row is D5.
You have D4 twice.
What do I have? Oh, sorry, it was a typo.
That's all good.
That's D5. You know, we can go ahead and, I don't know if I can change it.
No, that's all good.
That's all right.
So, but just know that's D5. Then so this is going back to what the city council decided, removing the anomaly, directing staff to appeal the anomaly to the census district, but then also city council did want staff to provide some options to address some of the circumstances with the current boundaries, but they may not be, you know, going back to those guiding principles, they may not be as readily discernible to the district residents. Meaning, you know, there was the example of North Maria. On one side of the street, it's one district, and on the other side of the street, it's another district. The neighbors, you know, they talk to each other. They're, you know, interacting across the street and don't realize that they're in different districts. And so that was one example. And it's caused some confusion because it's more of a neighborhood level of street, you know, not something that's more of a major roadway. Excuse me. As we had explained at that meeting, the smallest census denomination is that census block, and those are typically separated down the center of a roadway. So it's not like we could say, well, let's go to the back, you know, halfway down the block, because we can't divide the census blocks up. So to avoid the confusion, council wanted us to look at, you know, where could there be shifts or changes that might give some relief. And then also, you know, council agreed that you guys would respond and get any additional, in addition to that North Maria example, any additional that you wanted us to evaluate. So that's what we're going to go through. The comments that we received was the North Maria, you know, noted previously, you know, that divides District 2 and 3. Then there was the boundary between District 1 and 2, south of Torrance Boulevard. On South Juanita and South Lucia, there's that same issue of dividing down a very residential street. And then the boundary between District 4 and District 5 on Matthews, and between District 3 and 4 on Harriman, presented kind of a similar issue. So staff had provided 2 alternatives in the agenda packet. We wanted to still bring the population by district as nearly equal as possible while addressing these issues. And again, there's the alternative. You could leave the district boundaries as they are. And I'm not saying that these are the perfect alternatives, but we were trying to work with those guiding principles and addressing, the areas that were pointed out to us. So I'm going to go through the first alternative. And I'm going through it by district boundary because it just, it makes it a little easier to see on each screen. So, and the first alternative starts with changing the District 1 and District 2 boundary to address the South Lucia issue, and as well a little bit to make some adjustments to the, to trying to make the per district amount as equal as possible. This moves the boundary from down the middle of Lucia over and then as well, just, the issue is if you start moving it over, and just to be clear, the black and white line, I just want to be clear, is the existing boundary. So if you start moving it over to say Prospect or further over, at what point does it start curving around that you start not having that continuous boundary. So we were just looking at some adjustments, and a lot of these lots right here, because they're multifamily, have much higher populations. So if you shift just even one of these blocks from one district to the other, now you're talking about having to shift a bunch of other blocks, the other way. So we were looking at how do you make it a little bit more even across. I'm not saying that this is a perfect alternative. We just wanted to show one option on how you might make a little bit of adjustment there. And again, still having to make an adjustment for population distribution. We moved it from Torrance down to Ruby to account for the shift that was going into District 1 from District 2 with these multifamily. And then looking at the first comment that we received at the last council meeting, this is going down South Maria, the District 2, District 3 boundary. And, how do you shift it? Like if you keep moving it, on any of these smaller roadways, you might run into that same issue. I think the closest you could move to is Prospect, where there's very different uses across the street from each other. So you're not going to have that confusion, or it's not going to be difficult to discern where the boundaries would be. And again, wanting to maintain District 2 population as close to the target population as possible. And what that ends up doing is kind of creating a domino effect. So if you're shifting that boundary for District 3, now District 3 needs to get a little bit more population. Looking at, maybe this extends out, here's the existing boundary. Maybe that extends out on Harriman to kind of give that continuity that was part of the guiding principles. And then again, that shifts us back up into the next, that same domino effect is happening between districts 4 and 5. And the only real way that you're going to adjust is you're now taking it off of Artesia, you're moving it up. So now you're looking at, moving it to, Matthews and Nelson rather than, just having some that's on Artesia. So that's the first alternative. Here you can see the deviations are a lot closer, even again, sorry, District 5. District 5 actually, when in making those adjustments, comes to exactly what the target was. It was just an interesting observation that we found. But it does get a little bit closer, but now you're going against the other issue of, or guiding principle of trying to adjust the boundaries as little as possible. And here you're looking at now adjusting them all just to keep that balance in the per district population. Alternative 2, the main difference is just again on the boundary for District 1 and 2. Here it was keeping this area here in District 2, but really shifting over. So now where this is on that dividing street on a residential street, moves it over to Prospect. Here, now you're keeping, this one's no longer an issue because it's now all in District 2, but it's moving that boundary to, from Torrance, which is a more logical divider, down to Pearl. So maybe you end up creating some additional issues that were not intended. And then, like I said, this alternative, we didn't make any major different amendments to the other district boundaries from what was proposed in what was proposed in alternative 1. But again, here, like the logical move here, so that it's not creating that same problem on another street, was Prospect, trying to kind of, even things out so that the population in District 3 is appropriate within the 5%, and then again, make an adjustment in District 4 and 5. I'm not supporting any one of these alternatives. I just wanted to point out that, when you start making those shifts, you might compromise one of the guiding principles for another. Similarly, just even keeping, the existing district boundaries, you might be compromising a little bit of, that, can the public discern, is it logical for them to discern where those boundaries are? So, and this is probably, makes it even closer to the target population. Again, that's District 5. And so direction, possible action, discuss and direct staff on the final district map to consider for adoption. If it's the existing boundaries, there would be no need to adopt an ordinance to revise it. But you can choose one of the alternatives. You can propose other boundaries to change for staff to bring back, but we'd have to bring it back for an ordinance for adoption by May 16th. With that,
thank you. I'll start off by saying this. I've received 0 requests from any residents of Redondo Beach saying, I want to be in the same district as my neighbor, or I'm unhappy with my district, please move my district, so on and so forth. If I recall the discussion correctly, people are like, it would be great if without a lot of work and a lot of changes, we could just get both sides of the street onto the same district. Thinking maybe, you move Matthews into one district and you move that, I think it's Harriman or Huntington, whichever the further south one, into another or something like that. But it's clearly not that simple. So my recommendation is do nothing. Let's move forward. We got other big fish to fry in the city, and we shouldn't task staff and take up the resources with this. Councilor Lowenstein.
Yeah, my intention was, as you had mentioned, to avoid confusion, but I'm worried that this will be, because of the census blocks and moving everything around, this will cause more disruption than it'll do any good. So I would also recommend just staying put. It's, as a council member, I didn't exactly understand why council districts are set up the way they are. Now I have a much better understanding. And all I have to tell people is, can't change the census blocks. We have to stick with them. And so it's determined by that and nothing else, really. And so I would recommend also not doing anything.
Yeah, and if we change anything, somebody's going to accuse us of gerrymandering or social inequity or anything, we know a number of things. All right, Councilmember Horvath.
I actually looked at it a little bit differently, because when I saw the way they redrew the border for District 2 and 3, the blocks that I represent in that area, they really do consider themselves South Redondo. And in many ways, I think they really are an extension of District 2 in many ways. So I thought that, moving the cutoff line to Prospect made sense. And the only thing I might have changed there was taking the homes that are on Anita south of Prospect and adding them into District 2. And then there was a small little sliver on the east side of Prospect that, you could make up for, if assuming that it worked. And then, the District 3, District 4 thing by stretching out to the edge of Harriman, just, from having walked the neighborhoods and stuff, that that having that clear delineation of a line that goes all across the full district just makes more sense than right now. It has kind of this jagged, like, a couple blocks of Marshallfield, a couple blocks of Clark, and then you get to Harriman and it's only one side, right? So, and people on Harriman were always confused about it, just in the same way that the people on Maria, I think, always felt confused about it. So I thought alternatives 1 or 2 was fine. Really, the biggest difference in those was that difference between districts 1 and 2, which, that's not really my call. But I thought that they were good solutions to try to solve for that issue, create more cohesiveness, and in many ways, the numbers for each district seem to get closer to that 14,006 on all fronts, as opposed to there being a little bit more disproportionate higher numbers in 3, 4, and 5 in the way it is right now. So I would say we should think about shifting it.
You want to make a motion?
Well, Mills has got his hand up. Why don't we hear? Because if he's doesn't like it, then that's not going to happen. So I'm happy to make that motion, but.
Councilmember Nairn, you got to unmute yourself.
Thank you. No, I like the way we are right now. I want to thank staff for taking the time and going through this. I know it takes some time, so I appreciate the presentation and design. I was just going to make a motion to receive and file the report. Brandy, we don't need any other action like regarding the little red dot issue there. That's all moving forward, correct?
Yeah, I would do, just a suggestion of more than just receive and file would be to direct to again, remove anomaly and keep the district boundaries as they are, and appeal to the census. So just so that we have it all in one, one motion.
Package. Okay, so I'll amend my motion to say to keep the district boundaries as is, to receive and file on the report, and to once again file an appeal to the census for the issue on Paulina.
To the error. To the believed error.
To the believed error.
And just that the numbers would be with the removal of the anomaly.
And yes, what you said.
Sorry, I don't mean you to put words in your mouth. I just
no, I got I know I got you mean with the Paulina numbers.
Sometimes we need the experts words in our mouth.
I just know which things I need to have
full clarity.
Awesome. Second that motion.
Thank you.
All right. Any public comment?
Okay. Yeah, we have none for this item.
All right. Councilmember Horvath, your hand's still up. You want to make any substitute motions?
Nope.
All right. Let's take a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
I'll vote no.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Is that aye?
Yeah.
All right. And I vote aye. That's 4-1.
thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Moving forward. We are going on to N2. Discussion possible action on a report regarding updates to the campaign finance ordinance and enforcement options.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Let's see, this is related to the ordinance and the enforcement options. On January 8th, 2019, the city adopted the ordinance 3184-18 to create contribution limits for political campaigns. And for the staff report, there are 3 options for your consideration to discuss. Number 1 would be assign investigatory duties of the ordinance to the Redondo Beach Police Department, 2, contract with the outside consultant, provide investigation services, 3, rescind the city ordinance, thereby making state limits on campaign donations applicable to all candidates for elected office within Redondo Beach and passing investigatory duties to the Fair Political Practice Commission, FPPC. And then also noted is that the prosecution responsibility would remain with the city attorney's office. So at this moment, the city ordinance contribution limits for the mayor is $2,700 and city council $1,050. Then in October 2019, the state passed campaign limits, Assembly Bill 571, which affected the rest of the elected officials, the city attorney, city clerk, city treasurer, and school board, with a limit of $4,900. So the FPPC has an enforcement division. Violations are by administrative proceedings, civil action, or criminal prosecution. And some of the enforcement violations they usually have are fiscal conflicts of interest, laundered campaign contributions, over the limit gifts and contributions. Now contributions, because we have a ordinance, they would not enforce that. We would have to do it here at the city because we have a ordinance. Others are improper use of campaign finance for funds, including personal use, campaign mass mailing at public expense, false, inadequate, or inaccurate reporting on statements of economic interest, campaign statements and reports, non-filing or late filings of statements and reports, and then also anonymous or cash contributions of $100 or more. In 2021, FPPC provides numerous education and training workshops during the year. They resolved 1,590 enforcement cases, and they received over 7,105 emails providing legal advice. So again, FPPC is not responsible for enforcing any areas related to our city ordinance. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and have the Assistant to the City Manager Elizabeth House to provide information on the first two options.
Thank you, Eleanor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So just to quickly reiterate what Eleanor just said, the city currently has its own campaign finance ordinance, and as a result, the FPPC has confirmed, even just last week during our conversations with them, that they will not investigate or enforce any claims or allegations pertaining to our ordinance. So for your consideration tonight are three options for establishing an investigatory framework that would allow us to move forward with enforcement. The first option is to have the Redondo Beach Police Department conduct investigations. This option would require that staff assess personnel and budget resources and allot some time to get the program in place and staff appropriately trained. The council may also want to consider that there may be certain consequences or implications to having city staff conducting investigations of elected city officials. It just complicates the process, and it's just something to keep in mind when considering this particular option. The second option is to hire an outside consultant to conduct the investigations. This option is estimated to cost anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000 per investigation. And this estimate is based on comparable service contracts we already have in place. We did try to reach out to other cities that have this type of investigative framework already set up through their own ordinances. We were hoping to inquire about their contract costs, and it would help us gauge what our costs might be. But they let us know that they have not yet had to hire consultants, so we really couldn't reference their experience with this option. And lastly, the third option is to rescind our local ordinance and pass investigatory duties to the FPPC. Now, with this option, the city's campaign financing parameters would default to the state's Political Reform Act. The FPPC would conduct investigations, and if their findings deem a violation has been committed, enforcement may take place administratively through civil action, or in the worst of cases, refer to our city attorney for criminal prosecution. If the council prefers the first option, the police chief and staff will begin assessing personnel and budgetary requirements in order to establish that investigation unit. If the second option is preferred, staff will return to council with a list of outside consultants capable of performing these types of investigations. And if the council prefers the third option, the city attorney's office will return with an item that would rescind our campaign finance ordinance. And as the report to the council notes, in the pursuit of objectivity and consistency, the city attorney, city clerk, and city manager unanimously recommend the city council go with option 3 and defer to the FPPC and the Political Reform Act. And with that, I'm available for any questions you may have, along with the city clerk, city attorney, and city manager. We're available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. House. And let me just state that I would favor defaulting to the state and passing on the cost as a rare opportunity where the state's not shoving something down our throat. I mean, they're giving us an option to go with them, and we get to kick our costs for enforcement and the rules to them. The one downside potentially, but it doesn't outweigh the benefit, is that we currently have limits that are set at a pretty low level. 2,700 donation for mayor, city council 1,050, city attorney 4,900. If we move to the state, then everybody pretty much would be set, I believe, at 4,900 cap per candidate. So I would vote towards option number 3, especially because it seems like that's what the city attorney's office said would best facilitate them being able to enforce campaign finance violations, since the state would handle the investigative work. No? Well, we'll hear from.
I would say it doesn't matter to my office. Someone has to investigate it. If it's the state, everybody's playing under the same rules, the state rules. Right now, we have the council and the mayor playing under the council and mayor Municode rules, and every other candidate following the state rules. Either way, my office can enforce it. Now, the problem has always been the question of investigation.
Right. Okay. So if somebody investigated it, you would enforce it, correct?
Absolutely. If they brought us a case worthy of prosecution, we would file it.
And the last thing we need to do is throw something like this that's really white collar and I don't know, business legal onto the police when they've got a million things, including code enforcement coming down their way, dogs off leashes and the like. So that's
so I'll leave that to you.
I mean, it's going to be a cost, right? 15 to 30,000 per investigation. That's not chump change. Whereas the state will do it for free. All right, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So no, there's a lot with what you just said that's wrong. And being here for a while, being attacked on every single personal, political, professional front, I can tell you that there's no reason why our city can't do the investigation and enforcement on this. I mean, we have leaf blowers that we're enforcing and ticketing and prosecuting. We have stop signs. We have dog licenses. I mean, we've passed a whole slew of ordinances. Plastic, no one-time use plastic ordinances. There's no reason why our police department can't take a police report and then investigate that police report or investigate that action, see if it's frivolous or not, and then recommend charges to or send that police report to the city attorney's office, and the city attorney can then decide whether or not there is validity to the claim. And before anyone gets going saying, we can't do it, oh, it's political. Well, there was a business owner in Redondo who filed a baseless, frivolous claim on me, i.e. police report, and that was handled, sent to the city attorney's office, and then they said, no, thank you. We sent it to the LA County Special Investigations Unit and never heard from again. So, we passed this, we should be enforcing it. And I don't understand why people suddenly need to have more money to do the job that we're already asking them on other ordinances that we're passing and enforcing. So that's the first thing. And when I actually originally brought this up, I asked for action and possible updates to this, specifically updating the CPI increase, because that wasn't very well written. I had lots of questions on that a year ago, as well as others did. And I wanted to update the length of time we could take donations after an election closes. Right now it's 6 months, and I wanted to bring that down. So those are I'm not sure if this particular heading could take it, because it is under regarding updates to the campaign finance ordinance and enforcement options, but this would fall under updates to the campaign finance ordinance. So my motion later on would be to including those two items with cleaning up the CPI portion and the what's it called? CPI and the length of time donations can be given to an election cycle. So those are my thoughts. I'd love to get a response from the Mr. Webb, you have your hand up, so I'll ask you for why does this have to? Why do we need this special payment for stuff?
So I have nothing to do with the special payment, as much as you and others have talked about the budget response report. I wasn't involved in that. So, and I had nothing to do with this report with the dollar figure. I think the police are concerned with being tasked with doing an investigation of another elected official. And it was different in your case because it could be passed off to the DA's office to investigate. The DA cannot investigate Muni Code violations. And the DA cannot prosecute Muni Code violations. So that's the problem with this. There is no legal reason why the police can't do it, but there are problems because if there is, let's say the POA endorsed against the person that the campaign violation is, or with the case, if it had ever gotten to my office, I publicly endorsed Mayor Brand and endorsed against the person whose complaint it was. They can argue that my office would have a conflict of interest. And unlike the state law, they can't take this. And that was the example that the council considered was the Torrance example. Now, whether it be our Muni Code or whether it be the state rules in AB 5701, which modified the Political Reform Act, my office is the default prosecutor. We can do that. So there is no legal reason we can't. There is no reason that it will cost more. That is a call for the police chief and the city manager. And I think the reason there's option one is if the council says, yeah, we want to control what the limits are and we want to have our staff look at it, then that's exactly what will happen. And I'll prosecute cases that come to me. But there's no off switch. There's no secondary switch if there's a conflict of interest. So it'd be very important that the city attorney's position, since I'm not running again, that may be maintained within the Political Reform Act, because if the incumbent or any candidate, that can be passed on to the DA's office and they could prosecute it. They can't do it. They don't have jurisdiction that they've said repeatedly to do so with our Muni Code. So, and you're right. Your motion and the agenda title are broad enough that should the council disagree with our unanimous recommendation and modify the ordinance, you absolutely could make that part of your motion. And when I return with the amendments, we would do that. It just wasn't discussed because though ultimately the call is yours, we thought it would be best to have a consistent act apply to everyone. One of the things I'll ask you to consider is our act doesn't apply to recalls. At the time that it was drafted, we hadn't had a recall in 20 plus years. Now we've had 2 recall efforts within, a year of either side of an election. By its terms, it doesn't apply to recall elections. So that again defaults to the state. So but that is the short answer. And I tried to address it before, but it's really not my issue. Who investigates it? It's your city manager, your police chief, and ultimately all of you. And either way, my office will take a look at it if and when we get a completed investigation.
Yeah.
Let me jump in there real quick, Mike, because I appreciate that. Thank you. Mike, before you say something, I just want to let everyone know that in other cities, cities are built, they're structured, their charters are structured differently. In Culver City, the city of Culver City, the city council directly hires the city manager and the city police chief. So, and it works fine for them. It works very fine for them. I talk to them all the time about it. So when it comes to keeping police out of it, hey, they got to do their job professionally, which they can do, and they do. So I have full confidence in the police department to be able to take that report and do the investigation as needed. So I don't see a political problem. Other cities that are set up differently have way greater political conflicts than ours, and they do have campaign finance reform in Culver City.
But as Elizabeth pointed out, they have never enforced it, and their statute actually, one of the defaults is no longer valid after AB 571, which was referred to the FPPC, because AB 571 not only for the first time gave campaign finance to local officials if they hadn't set up their own, but it also removed the FPPC and any of their responsibility for investigating local ordinances. Whereas in the Torrance example that the council considered at length when we discussed it, they had investigated it. The problem there was on the prosecution end. The PRA, there they have an appointed city attorney, and he declared that he has a conflict because he's chosen by the mayor and council, which could potentially exist if the Charter Review Committee goes with one of your suggestions. The city attorney can prosecute both our ordinance and the state misdemeanor because a specific provision of the PRA talks about if a charter city has an elected city attorney, they can do everything that the DA can do. But if you're comfortable, the majority is comfortable with the DA doing that, that's fine. We just didn't have any brought to us. The other factor is sometimes it takes a while to investigate it. And I think Torrance ran into a statute of limitations process. The statute of limitations for city events is 1 year. The PRA statute of limitations is 4 years. So there are other advantages to it, but in no way am I saying, or if I ever said they can't do it, I could understand why they don't want to, but that's, ultimately up to you, up to the city manager who tasked the city attorney. And I don't know what conversations the previous city manager had in that regard, or what conversations any of you had with your previous city manager. It might be a good time to turn it over to Mike.
Yeah, Mike, thank you.
Well, yeah, just a couple of comments, just to make absolutely clear. I'm not certain that if you did direct us to proceed with option one, there would be an additional expense. That I don't want that to be a takeaway point here. What I want the council to understand is if that is how you want this to investigate, ultimately, I'm going to need to sit down with Joe and figure out which resources, which area of specialty we're going to task with that type of responsibility, and determine for all of you how, in the event that there are investigations that we must conduct, that will deviate from other efforts. So when we say unanimously we make the recommendation to proceed with the FPPC option, the reasons from my standpoint, the reasons from the city management standpoint, really twofold. One, it's operationally the easiest thing for us to do. I mean, how often do we get to punt? Zane sort of mentioned it. How often do we get to punt any kind of workload to the state of California? We never get to do it. It's always the opposite. They're always cramming stuff down our throats, unfunded mandates. We get no support. We're always the ones having to figure out these sort of enforcement and kind of boots on the ground requirements. So this is a rare case where we actually can defer this type of review and this work to the state of California. So me as your fiscal manager, that's an easy recommendation. You know, we've got a chance to offshore this and it can be conducted by another outfit. Now, I haven't had a lot of experience with FPPC. I can't tell you how quality their investigative efforts are. And I know maybe, you know, there are others that have more experience with them, and perhaps that's an outfit that we're not all that confident in. And that's a fair point. So at the end of the day, just to be clear, the reason that there's money involved here specifically is because if we do go with option 2, we know we don't have that resource currently in the budget. That's clearly going to require additional professional services contract money for us to bring people in and perform that one-off type of investigation. So that's an expense. The police, I can't tell you definitively it's going to require more money, but I can tell you definitively it will further water down our other enforcement efforts, in a sense that when we do have to conduct an investigation, that's one less officer or 2 less officers or whoever it might be that otherwise wouldn't be focused on other things. So it's a diversion of resources, not necessarily an additional appropriation. That's the point of it.
So to be clear, from what I'm hearing right now, we had the former city manager who just really wasn't moving this forward, even though there's people who were wanting to move this forward. And to hear that, to hear that we can't do it. Oh my gosh, we're going to get all these complaints. We're not going to get all these complaints. We're acting like we're going to get the amount of complaints for leaf blowers. We're just not at all in any way, shape, or form. That's number one. Number two is any conversation regarding the FPPC and saying it's the FPPC, you might as well just not have campaign finance reform or anything or any reporting responsibilities, because the FPPC is as deadbeat with complaints as one could possibly have. I mean, to make it personal, not only has there been a complaint lodged against me, which went absolutely nowhere, and the FPPC didn't even tell me about it because it was so absurd and ridiculous, as well as other people. They take forever to get onto things and finish them. And then lastly, and we had the head of the FPPC up on our trial where we've been maliciously brought a lawsuit against, and that former department head flat out said that she couldn't do math. She didn't know the differences between the forms. So I have no faith at all in the FPPC. They take forever. They're not very good. I have way more faith in our local side here to do the right thing. We're a local community. We hit hard subjects. We hit hard issues, but we do the right thing at the end of the day. And I have every faith in our police department to do the right thing and move forward. So that's where I stand. I think we should just use our current system with the current funding that we have in place. Things should be filed a police report. They can do follow-up investigation and then hand off that investigation to the city attorney's office, and that city attorney's office can decide from that point in time regarding that aspect. The second thing is, and I'd like to get way in on other people, is Eleanor, I know you know the CPI increase. I want that going to be, I would like to see it updated. You know what I'm talking about regarding that. When do we update the CPI? Whether it's it will clearly define the last time we did the updates or the check, because I know in the on the council side we didn't update it. Now we've had a massive increase in inflation, and then of course what I would vote for in updates in my motion later on tonight is going to include cutting down the length of time for donations after an election is done. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
It was a long wait.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I can't stress enough how much I do not want the FPPC involved here. It's been weaponized against a lot of people. Sorry, Mike. You obviously have never dealt with the FPPC. There's a revolving door. There's people that leave the FPPC, then they go and represent people. I don't even want to get into the details because I don't want to be a target of them. But oh my gosh, you couldn't pick a worse organization to investigate this. And they, as Nils said, they take forever to conclude investigations. I've seen people, and I've seen very unequal enforcement of state campaign finance laws with them. So you couldn't pick a worse organization, sorry, that could investigate this than the FPPC. So I am strongly opposed to that. I'm not so excited about the police doing it. I honestly, I don't know if we have the capabilities of doing it, but why not code enforcement? Have somebody that's trained to be able to read. I mean, maybe not. I don't know, but there should be somebody that's well versed enough to be able to understand this. It's not complicated. All you have to do is look at 460s and say, this person has gotten more money than they should have gotten from somebody. They're in violation of our campaign finance ordinance laws. Maybe you have to dig further. I don't know. Maybe it's a third party. Maybe it's somebody that will volunteer, a former judge or somebody in town that won't ask for a lot of money or ask no money in the service of this. So I just don't want it to be political, A. B, I want it to be effective and timely. And you're not going to get that from the FPPC. You're not going to get timeliness at all. At all. I mean, their investigations take years and then they're unequal, what I see. So I would recommend one or two, and I'm not excited about even paying somebody to do this, but it's better than sending to the FPPC. So I would highly recommend one of those two things. I don't exactly like the idea of the police being involved in this either. I don't know, maybe there's somebody that we can find that would volunteer in the service.
Well, and that, Councilman, is what option 2 really would be. It would be somebody who's got specialty in this, that provides this type of contract service. But as we noted, there's an expense associated with that. They would have expertise. It would keep our officers, sort of free and clear from that responsibility. But there is a cost associated with it. And until, it would be great. Hopefully we don't have a lot of complaints in the future. I hope that's the case. So that math, that expense is going to be relative. We get one investigation a year. We're talking, as we said, $15,000, $20,000, $25,000. We get multiple. It's a different number. We haven't really gone out and done an RFP to determine which firms would be best suited to do this. This is based on our typical investigations that we would do for special hearings, personnel matters, where we bring in third parties. So the math could change, but there is going to be some expense there, I think, with option 2.
Wow. I don't know how many complaints we've had over the last couple of years. Maybe you guys could tell, but and remember, this isn't FPPC reporting. This is campaign finance. So there's a difference, correct? The FPPC reporting goes to the FPPC and 460s and everything else, but it's really about accepting money when you shouldn't accept money, and also accepting more than you should accept. I mean, that's really kind of it, isn't it? Maybe there's other things I'm missing. So,
and I think there were one or two complaints, but one had to do with recalls, which our ordinance doesn't cover. And there was the other one, and that was after AB 571. And so the FPPC didn't investigate it. And that's why last year there was a budget response report alerting all of you to that. But whatever you want to do going forward, a majority of you of those three options, they're equally, well, code enforcement. I'm not excited to get a code enforcement investigation, but other than that, all the options are, whether it be a white collar detective who does it, whether it be Mike can find someone who has done FPPC investigations or campaign finance investigations in the past, or whether it be the FPPC understanding your concerns. All of them are equally fine in terms of presenting a case for our office to review.
Thank you, Councilmember Levenstina. Let me just respond before we go to public comment, because the other Councilmember hands up some of the things I heard. Having code enforcement handle this is probably the worst idea I've ever heard come out of your mouth, Councilmember Levenstina, while I've been on council so far. Code enforcement is not doing code enforcement. You want them to take on something else? No way. All right, we just walked Artesia Boulevard. Come down Artesia Boulevard and tell us if you have confidence in code enforcement. All right. Second Second thing, I don't want to go back to my community meetings and say, hey, people are going to keep running stop signs, but guess what? We got police investigating campaign finance violations. Get excited about that. You think they care? Nobody cares. You know who cares about these 2 complaints that occurred in the last 4 years? The electeds, the losers of the campaigns. I get it. It's another way to ding somebody for messing up in the election, whether they lost or won. So it's important to enforce the rules. And then I do hear your point, though, Councilmember Lowenstein. I think it's a very good one that maybe the FPPC shouldn't be trusted. And having dealt with a corrupt state agency myself, I hear that loud and clear. So I'm going to favor option number 2 in that scenario. We don't need to task our police department with anything else. I think our residents would like to see them enforcing our traffic rules in residential neighborhoods, which they're too spread thin to do. And we don't need to assign it to the FPPC. So 2 seems to make money. It makes sense. And you don't want to spend money. Well, what do you think you're going to do if you get the police to do it? You're going to spend money. They cost money. All right. So let's go to public comment, please.
Okay. Eugene Solomon.
Thank you, Eleanor, members of the council. I want to quote Christian Horvath from 2015. I advocated campaign finance reform before launching my city council campaign, with a quote from Lawrence Lessig that says, there is a corruption at the heart of American politics caused by the dependence of congressional candidates on funding from the tiniest percentage of citizens. This is something that's been promised and was finally delivered, albeit imperfect, and it should continue. There is no way that we should have anyone other than an outside agency investigating these potential violations. You have the city attorney's office, which cannot, as an elected official with the city attorney, investigate these. You have actual conflict or the appearance of conflict that would prevent or preclude something like that from happening. The police should not be investigating it. The police department has several unions that operate political action committees that donate to candidates. Once again, actual conflict or the appearance of conflict should not be tolerated, and should have outside investigations. Nearly 200 cities have separate campaign finance rules from the FPPC state rules. And for as long as I can remember, those cities were charged with investigating those violations or potential violations. And many of those cities have ordinances that include just this, an outside entity investigating those violations. There are dozens of those ordinances that appear. In our last election, we didn't have big PAC money coming in. We had maybe $1,000, whatever the limit was, but you didn't have something like the old Chamber of Commerce PAC that made $28,000 in independent expenditures on behalf of candidates to get them elected. You didn't have things like that happening, except big money being spent in those campaigns that did not have campaign finance limits, where, for example, with Mr. Webb's campaign had $109,000 in expenditures, according to his 460. That does not create or afford an even playing field for others. It's simply something that we have. The current situation is untenable, and it needs to be adjusted for an investigation, but should not be scrubbed altogether. Existing complaints have been ignored. One complaint I know that went in was one council candidate that accepted, or had rather, a donation to him from a business, and then a person that controlled that business, which was in excess of the limits. So please consider, I apologize for going over, please consider an outside agency. Thank you.
Mr. Solomon, if you can remain online, I might have a question for you in a minute or two.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Solomon. Ms. Navarro.
Next, Leslie Campeggi Navarro.
Gotta mute yourself. Yeah.
I don't know if she's.
All right.
Okay, let's go to Ralph and then we'll come back. Ralph Struttenberg.
Good evening again, MPT and council. Going back to when this was put in place, it was really about money and limiting the money. And I think that still is true today. I don't think that's really changed. And it would be a considerable increase, especially at the council level, to go from the current 1,050 up to a 4,900 level. And that's what we'll be doing if we drop out of the current code that's in place. That said, in favor of keeping the current code with its limits in place, it just needs to be cleaned up a little bit. It's out of sync. The mayoral has gone up 8% from when we commenced. The council has gone up 5%. It's because they increment at different rates. The way it was written, it didn't get written cleanly. The other part of it is that, in this case, the city was actually guilty of violating its own code because it says that shall be adjusted in June of every odd numbered year. In 2019, it was not done, and that was called out specifically in every odd year. I called up or got in touch with the city clerk's office in August of 2020 to ask about the updates. No idea about what I was even talking about. Pointed them to the code, helped them through the equations and everything, and pointed them to where the CPI was. They finally even had to go to the city attorney's office because they didn't understand what rounding meant. Finally did get cleaned up. A document got posted online at that time. It's gone now. It just says forthcoming with reference to the current campaign limits when you go to the city's website. The first time I've seen the 2,700 that's current, the first round in 2019 that happened in September of 2020, it was didn't affect the city council, I don't believe, and it upgraded the mayors to 2,550. And that document was finally posted, and there's nothing showing people even what the current contribution limits are. So we need to clean that up, make sure it happens. But the other part of it, I do have a question on it. It says that the limits as far as this non-election cycle, it says no candidate or controlled committee of such a person shall accept contribution. Does this then apply to all other candidates within the city? Was it intended that way? Because written possibly that it could be, but the rest of the ordinance only pertains to council and mayoral. So I think we need to clarify that. Is the prohibition on non-election cycle contributions meant to be only council and mayor, or is it meant to be any office within the city? So overall, I would keep it, clean it up, do the CPIs in a timely manner as is required by this, and move on.
All right. Anything else that you wanted to add, Mr. Schutzberg? No? Yeah, ask for time. Moving on to
Let's keep Campeggi and see if she's available.
Ms. Campeggi Navarro. There you go.
Sorry about that, having a little bit of difficulty with my unmute function over here. I have a question, and that is just how many campaign finance reform complaints has the city even received on an annual basis? I don't think that it's been rife with complaints that require so much time. That said, I have another problem with even a perceived conflict of interest, because there was a comment made that someone endorsed the mayor. So if somebody made a complaint, again, I believe that was City Attorney Webb. So if somebody made a complaint of campaign finance violation against the mayor, is Mr. Webb saying that he couldn't effectively do his job and prosecute? It seems to me that when you're tasked with a performance of your job, regardless what that is. Your job function comes first before your political allegiance or before your feeling about a matter. It's the job first. If such were the case, the police department couldn't even have internal investigations from internal affairs because they have relationships with the people that they're investigating. I also have very hard time with what the city manager said. It's time to put the workload to the state because it's about the money. Well, it is about the money, but it's not about the money that we would be saving by using the state's ineffectiveness in many cases through the FPPC to get this done. It's about the money that goes right back into being able to be spent to buy elections, to purchase elections at a much higher dollar volume. And we just changed that a couple of years ago to prohibit that kind of money coming into politics in our city. So it's not a diversion of resources, Mr. Wazanski, sorry, it's a diversion of campaign finance reform, and I just don't think that we can tolerate that. So options 1 or 2 are your only alternatives. Options 3 just doesn't exist. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Candace Nafisi.
Thank you.
Good evening, council and staff. I'm Candace Nafisi and I live in District 3. I wanted to share that I am in favor of shortening the length of time that a candidate can receive a donation after the election date. Historically in the city, there's been far too many donations that have occurred after the election date. And in the spirit of transparency, I respectfully ask you to shorten the length of time to 30 days after the election. It's these actions that really prove to our community that you believe in transparency. The police department isn't the right department to be enforcing these types of violations unless there was a dedicated officer who would specifically be trained on election law. I would highly recommend that the city clerk's office have a pivotal role in reviewing the violation and making a recommendation to the city attorney's office for enforcement. Thank you so much for your consideration for the above request.
Right, thank you. In response to a couple of things, 1 second, Mr. Webb, if I might. Ms. Navarro, I think we want to avoid the appearance of impropriety, not just impropriety or conflicts of interest, but any appearance of that. So when the police are investigating a candidate that their association endorsed, it just looks improper and it's not, and it might not even be comfortable for them. And while we all would hope that that people will put their jobs and their role in their jobs first, conflicts of interest exist for a reason. It's a real conflict, and that's why people recuse themselves rather than just dispose the conflict and move forward. So, yeah, and I think your point, Ms. Nafisi, is really actually a good one. Mr. Webb, are we able to make changes other than simply deciding between 1, 2, and 3? Because, for example, I think the campaign contribution limit for city council should probably go up to like 1,500, and then the other elected should go to the level of the mayor. I don't think that, the city. I don't think all these folks should be getting $4,900 donations. That's way out of proportion to what the city council members are getting.
You can make other amendments if you wish to. The problem that remains, so we presented a book, 3-ring binder with all the ordinances, campaign finance ordinances, I think in LA County. I think it was Councilmember San Marco who made a motion to focus on Long Beach as the ordinance as the basis for our ordinance. There was a great deal of discussion of whether the school board or the other elected positions should fit within it, because the city attorney, city clerk, city treasurer are not policy directed organizations, and there will be a problem with enforcement of the city attorney's office if it ends up that no one can prosecute it. And my point when I raised my hand was to Ms. Navarro was it was appearance of conflict. And the point was that we don't have the off-ramp. We don't have the ability to have the DA take over if there is a true conflict of interest in council and mayor's races that we currently have in school board, city attorney, city clerk, or city treasurer ordinances. And if you include the city attorney, city clerk, and city treasurer, then we don't have the ability to have the DA take over for any of the prosecution of any of the cases. So just be careful, but you can amend it however you want. You can amend both the length of time, you can amend the CPI, but you will have a situation if you include the other offices where it may make future prosecution more of a problem.
So that we make some, thank you for that. Let's see. Eugene Solomon, sorry, do we hear from Eugene yet?
Yeah, we did.
Yes, we did, but I think Councilman Nierenheim wanted to ask him questions.
All right, here's what I propose. Just my thought after listening to all of this, and this is not the opinion that I came in with. These are existing regulations. I'd propose to keep mayor capped at 2,700, move city attorney, clerk, and treasurer to 2,700, school board at the same level as city council, and city council moved up to 1,500. Option 2 for investigations, the city attorney for enforcement, and the city attorney shall appoint and engage an alternate city attorney for the purpose of prosecuting where there is an appearance of conflict of interest. And that occurs all the time in the public defender's office. They have alternate public defenders and the like. So, Mike, you're laughing. So,
well, it's a little different. We don't have there isn't a alternate city prosecutor.
Right, but I mean, like, you engage an attorney and say, hey, you're essentially deputized to.
Yeah. So, fast forward to another city attorney violates the campaign finance ordinance. Our charter provides that the city attorney the council may engage upon recommendation of the city attorney. Is anybody truly going to trust the recommendation of the city attorney? So and speaking with no skin in the game, I'm not running for re-election.
Oh, right, I get that. But so that's what the charter provides, and we're not going to change the charter right now, at least not today.
Right. So if there were, you're setting up future problems. So you're going to fix the investigation.
The only future problem potentially under this system is that if the candidate for city attorney or his opponent allegedly violates the campaign finance law. But that's currently the problem too.
It's not currently the problem because the DA can handle the state. So right now, the DA can handle conflicts if they arise in the city attorney, city clerk, city treasurer, and school board races because it's based on a state law. And you'll be eliminating that possibility for all 4 of those races. Right now, we only have the potential in the mayor's race and the council race. So I'm just pointing out so that no one can come back and say, why didn't you tell us that? That is a problem with including those offices in there. There's no ability to pass it on to the.
It prompt me to add the civil cause of action shall accrue against, for anybody who.
Well, you can. Some cities have administrative citations. They have not citations. They have administrative fines. They have civil lawsuits. But this council chose the strictest one because it tends to, fall to the least aggressive punishment, and they wanted to make more of a statement and have more severe punishment. But I'm just pointing out the unintended consequence of potentially having an investigation from whoever you're going to choose and a future city attorney say, what happened in Torrance.
Okay.
There's no legal process.
That's fair. That's a good point. So what I'd add here is, if this gets any legs, is that the staff is to come back. This is not going to pass right now, but the staff is to come back with a suggestion for a solution for the city attorney's conflict. Be that any number of things that you said other cities are doing. Councilmember Horvath.
Good. Councilmember Nierenheim has his hand up first.
I don't know, is my audio working?
Yeah.
No.
Oh. Okay.
I can see it.
My video's not working, sorry.
Yeah, we can't see it.
Audio. My video stopped working, sorry. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, Mayor Pro Tem, can you put your screen share back up again and look at that? Where I wanted to go with this, well, on the proposed thing here, it's not the 1,500. I mean, I'm always up for a little bit more money because I always says this isn't it's about not buying a position. But Eleanor, the issue with the CPI, what Rolf brought up, is there, have we fixed that? Is that's not clear? Because I remember when you and I talked about it a year ago. When do we look at it? Do we look at it at the last election? The last time we looked at it? Is it 5% aggregated? Like, do you remember that conversation we had? And is Rolf correct with? Did you guys update that paperwork this year, and is it on the website correctly?
Yeah, it's not up yet. I was just having a couple people look at it just to double check. And now that it's on council, it'll go up this week. So it's just, we just was dealing with some other things and it just sort of stuck cracks here.
That's fine. Doesn't need to be done right away. We don't have an election. But my point is the look back cycle. We had a conversation about the CPI being done it's not well defined in the code. I'll have to pull it up exactly. But when do is it the original time we added it, or is it a lot time before the last time we updated it?
It was more at the beginning, at the original, just to start it off. But now, I mean, I think that the reason too for this one, it was that because of COVID, I think the CPI just sort of went high. That's why you saw the CPI differently than normally what we were expecting, right? Normally like a 1-2%, if that. So I mean, it's clear now, but I don't know, if another city clerk comes in, it's like, I don't know if they're going to understand it and they decide to change it. So there is some areas that probably needs to be a little bit more clarified with the CPI.
Okay, so I could, in my motion, I could direct you to work with city attorney's office to clean up that portion of the code, correct?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And then length of time of donations. And Candace Nafisi brought that up. That was a good point. I would propose 2 weeks from the certified date of the election. So elections are usually certified 30 days after or so. I would, is that correct, Eleanor?
Well, for us, we tend to do it a little bit quicker. I mean, for the county, it's 30 days for the election code. So that's the longest.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, we probably get a result, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Okay, so after we get the result, can there be any actions filed such as a recount?
Yes.
Right, and how long could that take?
I'd have to look at the election code.
Right. Is the recount after certification or?
No.
So that's what I'm asking. I know we've done that before. It's happened here in 2015.
Right.
And the candidate asking for the recount is one responsible for the cost of the recount. So
why don't you just do it after certification? You kind of had a good notion there, just like 5 days.
Well, because then after it gets certified,
recount could come out a month later or so, because if they have a recount, it would be only for that recount, for that contest.
But I mean, that's fine. That's better than what we got now, right? Right now, it's like the whole year you can continue to.
6 months.
Yeah, 6 months.
You could cut it to 3 months and you would basically have that window that you're asking for.
3 months is what I thought too, yeah.
Okay, so I can go with 3 months. Maximum of 3 months. For donations. And then,
From the election? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, 3 months after the election. And then, let's see here, recalls. Recalls, do we want to deal with the recalls? That's separate out, just leave that open for now.
Sorry, what are you asking the city clerk and city attorney to, or directing them to work on?
We're going to change the amount of money that you can take, or not that you can take donations up until 3 months from the election date.
So you're not setting the amount.
No, because the amount's going to stay the same.
Okay, for all the positions?
Yeah, because it's going, I mean, if you want to increase it, I wouldn't mind increasing it to $1,500 too, and then doing a.
No, I'm just saying that the city clerk, treasurer, school board, and city attorney shouldn't be way above mayor and city council. Like, let's harmonize those.
That would be fine by me if you want to do for those positions, do it all the same as city
attorney,
as the mayor.
Yeah, sorry, city as the mayor, right? Yeah. That's
Yeah.
Okay, 2,700.
Yeah.
What do you want city council, school board to be at?
School board's at large, so you gotta consider that.
Yeah, I would say school board, same as mayor. I would handle the at-large as mayor.
And what city council?
I would go with 1,500.
All right, no donations after 3 months elapses after election. Don't need that direction to the city clerk and attorney anymore, right? Are you gonna have them automatically update the amounts?
Yeah. As per our city clerk here, she said she has it figured. Oh, she's going to talk to city attorney to further clarify to make sure that it's fully clear. So that when the next city clerk takes over, it's clear in the code. No ambiguity.
Right.
You want to go for outside agency?
That's option 2. It seems to be the only thing that
Okay, so if we do this, then I would increase what is our fine in here? Do we have it? Is it $1,000 fine? Yeah, I forgot. I had read this. Violations. Did we have a fine in here? A city attorney, Mr. Webb, did we? We don't have a fine in here. This is set as a misdemeanor.
6 months in jail and or $1,000 fine plus the penalty assessment. And penalties assessment are generally 3 times the base fine.
3 times the base fine. And if we were to change that to administrative?
what do you mean by that?
Instead of being a misdemeanor, have this, how would that change?
Well, we don't have an administrative review ordinance yet, and we don't know if we'll have one, right? So.
Yeah.
6 months in jail?
Yeah, the council chose the most.
If it's a misdemeanor.
The most stringent punishment. But then the FPPC changed and then there was no one to investigate.
You want to update but these fines get paid to the county, right? Or the courts, not to the city?
Yep. City gets a small percentage of it, but it's very small.
Yeah.
The point here is not for the city to get the money. The point here is if they if they violate the amounts and when they're getting them, then hopefully the fine would prevent them, would make them pay extra.
Councilmember Aaron, how we've been making some good time on the city council meeting so far. So if you have an amount you want to change the fine to, if you want to give direction to the city attorney, then go for it.
I would say a $2,000 fine rather than a $1,000 fine.
Update fine, increase fine.
I'm not sure I like the 6 months in jail, but that's pretty.
Well, then you shouldn't have it as a misdemeanor.
Well,
you should.
It should be administrative only.
The point here,
you can change it entirely. The system. It could be.
I mean, not that I'm planning on violating.
It can be
still.
It can be civil, and that avoids a lot of the issues of enforcement. Every time you make something a misdemeanor, there's potential for up to 6 months in county jail. That's why you make things like leaf blower a fine. So it's 100 plus penalty assessment, 200 plus penalty assessment, 500 plus penalty assessment, which is darn near $2,000. So you get the punishment without the potential for jail. But if somebody's committed to spending enough money, they may not care. If you can see in plenty of higher races where people deliberately violate different rules and then just pay a fine and they can happily reside in office while they do so.
Yeah.
Nor am I in favor of flogging. I think it's a bad idea, but I don't know. What do you guys think about the penalties?
It's not an issue. Have you seen anybody get thrown in jail in Redondo Beach?
Well, I'm just saying, and I'm not sure I'm saying this.
There are plenty of people who get sent to jail every day as opposed to elsewhere around the county.
No, sorry. I apologize. I meant for campaign finance violations.
Well, no investigation's been done and submitted to my office.
Sorry,
Which is why we're back here. But if you don't, in all seriousness, and no one's suggesting flogging, if you don't want that potential punishment, there are plenty of different options that you can choose to go on. You can create private citizen lawsuits. So
that didn't work too well.
So, well, then we're going to have a lot of allegations from private citizens instead of impartial review. But now to do that, and because we've got a potential recall, it may not be the best time to do so. But you're still leaving.
I'd have to recuse myself from any recall.
You're still leaving a two-part. Before. Some offices falling under state law and some offices falling under the city ordinance. Now you're going to have recalls falling under statewide ordinance and, general and runoff falling within the city ordinance.
Anything else, Councilmember Nierenheim?
I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Member Pro Tem, we do have an e-comment.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Vicki.
Submitted by Wayne Craig. On September 27, 2021, I sent a letter formally requesting the Redondo Beach Police and City Attorney's Office investigate what appears to be a flagrant violation of the Redondo Beach Election Ordinance number 3184-18, as adopted on January 8, 2019. This ordinance sets limits on contributions for candidates running for mayor as well as loans to campaigns. The current donation limit for mayoral candidate is $2,500. I also request the City Attorney's Office to prosecute when your investigation concurs with the violation of this ordinance. The most recent campaign filing made by mayoral candidate Chris Voisey on 8/1/21, FPPC Form 460, indicates a clear violation of Redondo Beach campaign contribution limits. On Schedule C, an undisclosed third-party donor is listed as paying $5,856.76 of campaign expenses. Since $5,856.76 is greater than $2,500, the city limit was exceeded by $3,356.76 with this third party. This would appear to be a clear violation of the ordinance, so further investigation should be necessary to prosecute. Since then, no action was taken. My question is, why do we have city campaign finance election ordinances when we do not enforce them? I have sent a copy of my original letter to the council for review. That concludes public comment on e-comments.
Sounds good. Anybody else? Panelists? Councilmember Horvath.
So I'm fine if you want to make some tweaks, to the imperfections of the ordinance, like related to CPI. I think that makes sense. I don't think you want to start raising limits arbitrarily. Like, the whole point of passing the campaign finance reform was to set ceilings, right? And we did that. So like all of a sudden now just arbitrarily saying, oh, now we're just going to move council from 1,000 to 1,500, like that. But what is the point of that? And here's the thing, it's a ceiling. And the reason why I bring that up is because any candidate can choose to set their own limits. In my last campaign, I set a limit of $250 max per person, right? So anybody can do that. I decided, that because of all the issues in 2015, that I wasn't going to take any PAC money in the last election, right? Anybody can make those decisions for themselves. I mean, at the end of the day, what the campaign finance ordinance is it's a reminder to don't screw around, don't break the law, and follow these guidelines we've set up here. Every candidate is presented with that ordinance, as Mr. Webb said. But if we need to make minor adjustments, if Rolf is, making the point that the CPI as it was written back then is not being adjusted properly, then I would keep our directions simple tonight, just direct staff to, make corrections to the CPI so that it does adjust in an equitable and fair manner. Whatever it is, but I feel like, we're throwing stuff up on the board here and seeing what sticks. There wasn't issues necessarily with the other offices. So I see that, you're trying to move them all into under the, the mayoral thing, but really the biggest impetus for bringing this forward the last time was specific to council and mayoral elections. So I don't know that you need to lump in the school board, the city attorney, the city clerk, and the city treasurer in on this again. I think the 3 months is fine for afterwards. And trying to think if there was anything else that was brought up.
Who would you want enforcing it? Investigating it.
Thanks, Todd. So I have to agree. I think it's stupid to have the police do it, or code enforcement, or, I think they're already busy doing what they're doing. I do agree that the FPPC is an imperfect organization, and in the time that I've been here serving, I see that it is weaponized more than it is actually doing what it's supposed to do. And it's weaponized by residents who are just wanting to try to find something wrong with somebody they don't like. The simple fact of the matter is, if somebody has clearly committed a violation, they will be found in error and they will be fined. Okay, and it's happened. But very rarely, and sometimes it's happened, for things that are kind of nuanced, right? I don't know. So I guess, really the only option is to go with the option 2. But if we go with option 2, then we have to recognize that that is going to be another cost to the city when that comes up. And so if people continue to weaponize this process, that's just going to be cost that comes out of our general fund, right? So there's really no great answer here. I get it. If you have something on the books, you want it to be enforced. Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. We've had this conversation ad nauseum over the past few years as it relates to every other ordinance we've passed that requires some type of enforcement. So yeah, I guess if you're going to do anything, you've got to go with option 2, but then you have to do it with the understanding that there's going to be a cost. So otherwise, I would just make the minor tweaks and and I'll be honest with you, if you really want to make bigger changes, then I would bring this item back and have your language crystal clear and don't just kind of make it up on the fly, because that's probably what got us into the issues with the CPI language the last time. So that's it.
Thank you. Councilor Lowenstein.
Yeah, some issues with just arbitrarily raising as well too. I mean, 1,500. It costs a lot more to run a citywide race than it does a district-wide race. So it doesn't seem proportional, honestly.
Okay, do you guys think that the amount should have increased at all from 1050?
Yeah, I mean, can we go up to maybe 1,200 or something, but something to keep up with inflation, but to go up to 1,500 is 50% more than we agreed.
I'm not die hard to that. I was just thinking of adjustments.
Yeah, that's fine. And then maybe rounding, when you have the CPIs, just round to the nearest 50 or whatever it is, or lower, I think that makes sense.
I think we did have rounding in that language, didn't we, Tom?
I think so, but I don't recall exactly. And as far as throwing somebody in jail for 6 months, it's very unlikely, but I don't want to put the city attorney in that kind of position to do that. Not only that, because and they can choose to do it or they cannot choose to do it. But remember, that person, let's say they come back, talk about a poisonous atmosphere, or somebody gets malicious. I don't know, I mean, Mike won't be here in 3 years. Who knows who the next city attorney will be? I don't know. I just think that's a little excessive for this. I mean, the point is to embarrass somebody, honestly, and to fine them, not to put them in jail. But
in the 6 months in the Redondo Beach jail?
That would be a moneymaker for us, would it not?
No.
No, actually a money loser, sorry. Because we'd be paying. So
there are jails where they can rent it out. It's primarily for weekends.
For weekends, that's it.
Well,
so like they're mandatory minimums for repeat drunk driving. And so sentenced to 10 days would really want to avoid county jail, which I would recommend under any circumstance. They'll serve 5 weekends in a local jail and pay for it. Redondo used to offer that service because it's a moneymaker. PV does. I think PV, they don't put a mint on your pillow is the worst thing I've heard about PV jail. So, but insert it in a local jail, but the default is county jail.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we need to be really careful about that. And remember, most of these complaints are going to be during election years. I mean, there might be people getting money after election years, but it's going to be mostly, so it's every 2 years, right? So maybe we put 15,000 in and see how that goes. And then we add it in another 2 years, right? I mean, most of them are going to be in the election year. It's not going to be in an off year. So the complaints, and we've only had a couple. So I think we really kind of have to stick to outside or somebody volunteering, which probably is not likely. I don't think we should do it internally. Just to avoid any type of influence whatsoever. So I'm kind of good with where we're at right now.
And Councilman, if we do go with option 2, what we would do is bring back as part of the budget process a recommendation to create a pot of funding for this type of follow-up investigation. So we would suggest, I don't know if we have abundant one-time resources right now. We might create a pot of money, $50,000, create a rollover account that we would draw from as investigations arrive, and then we would, supplement it as we run short or something along those lines. But we wouldn't. That action is going to have to be part and parcel of the budget.
Okay, that's it for me.
All right, Councilmember MD.
Can I just ask on the AB 571, I keep reading it and it just seems to be individuals. So this doesn't overturn or goes around Citizens United case. So in other words, corporations can still donate as much as they want.
They can spend as much as they want. That's what Citizens United said.
Correct. And individual, wealthier candidates are unlimited in the amount that they can donate to their own campaign. And that's a matter of constitutional law that we couldn't change if we wanted to.
Okay, so, well, I'll be voting no on this because I think the city attorney, the city manager, and the city clerk all agree on something, and we should take that seriously. And all the things that you're modifying, you're thinking of it with, to me, you're thinking of it as just people who are in the office right now. I don't know who's going to be the next city attorney. I don't know who's going to be in the next roles. And as far as somebody volunteering, you know, are we going to be? That's going to be a fight right then and there on who's that person, who's to say that person is completely unbiased, especially if they're from Redondo. I don't like what.
I was going to say, you're going to run into the conflict anyway, because somebody will want to be in the best graces of a majority of the city council if they're being hired. Remember that. This is going to happen no matter what we do. So,
well, it won't happen through the FPPC. They're the most outside. They don't care what's going on in Redondo, but I mean.
Oh yeah, you have people, it's a revolving door. Come on.
Move on.
Yeah, that's one that I just don't think.
Wait. Nils just said move on. He spent 20 minutes wordsmithing a thing, and I've been talking for 30 seconds. Nice.
I know.
I'm interrupting you. I'm interrupting you.
No, I apologize. So Laura has the floor. Sorry.
Order. Lowenstein and Nierenheim, please mute yourselves. MD has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Baji. Now, I wasn't upset that Mr. Lowenstein interrupted me. It was a conversation. I was okay with that. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. That was it. I said what I had to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So when, I just have a question. When would we come back with this ordinance? Because we have an election starting November, nominations this year. So
come back whenever it's
coming back
on the agenda.
Please, Sam.
When do you have time? May, June, July?
Whatever weekend they said there was light, May 10th, I think, or May 2nd.
Third week in May.
Third week in May. There we go. Okay. All right. So just to respond to Councilmember MD's point, I don't think this is targeting anybody in particular. I think this targets the idea that any city attorney who retains attorneys generally is going to be able to receive a lot more in donations and potentially be able to blow any challengers out of the water through their donations through retained firms. And so, you know, maybe reducing the limit on that evens the playing field and makes it equal to all the other people who are running for citywide office. I'm also not sure that the clerk, city attorney, and treasurer agreed on the limits and think that those are good limits. I imagine the clerk thinks that that's a really high limit to compete for that job. All right.
Look, it's all high limits for me. I've never had anybody donate $1,500 to me. So, you know, these are all amounts that don't even affect me at all.
Yeah, I don't see how any of the other stuff here really targets anybody. It's just saying ideally nobody's going to get 3 donations after the election. And we get approached by people who say, hey, how many debt you want me to retire? And they're willing to donate to your campaign.
Oh, that's nice for you. I've never had that either.
Yeah, no, I've rejected everything. No worries. All right. Well, this is the motion. Does somebody make this motion?
You can still make the motion.
Yeah. All right. I'll make this motion. $1,200 city council, $2,700.
I'll make that motion. What you have written down on.
Right. Your mic is just super loud. Sorry, it blows everybody else. At least on my computer. All right. I'll second the motion. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you. I'll just make sure you can hear me. My Zoom's messing up. So yeah, it's going to be an I if my Zoom dies.
All right.
Does the motion include that area about enforcement, city attorney enforce, all that language, or?
Oh, sorry. Enforcement. Sorry, this is enforcement is, city attorney enforcement and city attorney to, no, it's not this part. Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. It's staff to come back with a suggestion for the solution where the city attorney is conflicted and increase the fine to $2,000. All right. You agree with that, Councilmember Nierenheim?
I do.
All right. Thanks. So with that, let's take a roll call vote. There's no more comment. It's Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
No, this is a solution that's looking for a problem. We don't have a problem like this here, and I'm going to vote no for sure.
All right. And myself, aye. So passes 4-1. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Ms. House. Moving on our agenda. We are going to end 3, I believe, from 4. We already did it 3, right?
And 4.
I'm going to restart my Zoom here real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Discussion and possible action regarding an update on the status of the Moss Adams report.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I have Haley Garcia on from Moss Adams. So I coordinated this report with the city treasurer and the city clerk to create the admin report. And then we just wanted to have Haley walk through just kind of the status of what Moss Adams has done so far.
All right, thank you. Ms. Garcia.
That my cue? Okay. Well, good. Well, I'll keep this short and sweet. I will quickly share my screen if that's okay to show the status update. Let me know if you can see it.
Yep.
Good to go?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So on the audit plan this year that council had approved originally in relation to our contract, there were 4 different components. So just a high level update of where we currently are with those. The fraud, waste, and abuse program development and training, we provided a draft program description over.
Can you make it full screen? Because I can't see it very well. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, not at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is that
Thank
better?
you. Much
Okay.
better. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So on the FWA program, we provided the draft program description and policies over to the city in January. It's currently being reviewed, and we are meeting with the key players that would be involved in the program, including the HR, the city attorney's office, as well as the police chief, to go through roles and responsibilities. We're waiting on a couple of decisions that are going to be made by management about the program before it's actually executed and rolled out and training occurs. The decisions that we're waiting on really relate to whether or not a fraud hotline is going to be executed, and if so, who is going to be administering that. So more to come in the coming updates. On the second project is the internal service fund review that is scheduled to kick off in April and be conducted April, May, and June to really look at how the city is managing and utilizing their internal service funds and the cost allocation basis for that. We have a kickoff meeting scheduled, and so more to report on that as we dive into the project in April, May, and June. The other 2 that are just FYIs that will be coming up, the procurement operational review is slated to be done May through July to look at procurement policies, procedures, processes, and controls. And the last thing on the plan for this year will be policy training, which is slated to occur between July and August. And I said it would be short and sweet, so I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing as we're not presenting a formal report with findings or recommendations tonight. So that's all I have at this point. I'll open it up for questions or comments.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Nierenheim.
I didn't get it. Are you also going to include a phone number? I think I saw the Budget Finance Commission. You're going to include a phone number and or an email for people to dump their complaints to, their fraud, waste, abuse?
So if the decision is made by the city to deploy a fraud, waste, and abuse hotline, that decision is still pending, then yes, a vendor will be contracted to administer that hotline. And yes, employees will be educated on where they can contact the hotline provider.
And I would add, we do actually have a hotline now, Councilman, that's administered by our Human Resources Department. We've had a fraud hotline for quite some time, for several years. We've sort of doubled down on our efforts following Moss Adams' initial review to make sure that as part of our employee orientation and training, that number is communicated to all of our new employees and is shared with them. Really the policy value from a check and balance standpoint, is it worth expending money on an outside vendor to manage and monitor that hotline versus our Human Resources Department? And that becomes really a cost question as much as anything else. We have a fraud hotline. We have a waste and abuse program. We train our employees to our current standard. What we don't do is have a third-party vendor monitor it on our behalf. That's really the question that remains.
Okay. Is that number and complaint system, or I should say reporting system, well put out there, like advertised? Because when I brought this up a while ago, there wasn't very much clarity on this. And when I saw it at the Budget Finance Commission meeting a few months ago, we should have one, and advertising it quite a lot, just because it doesn't get used. Just that ability to prevent people maybe even going down that path. So there was that point made.
Yeah, no, that it is a good point, and I believe we do a good job of it internally in terms of communicating with our own employees, which is really, I think, where some of this is meant to be directed. I don't know if the question is that something that the community at large is familiar with and is something that they can call into, or we advertise on the city's website. I'll have to look into that to know for sure. But I know from an internal staff perspective, and this really follows the initial Moss Adams review, and Diane's not here to communicate this, but part of our orientation manual now discusses this program and identifies the number, and employees as they come on board are made aware of that outlet. And HR does monitor and get occasional calls. I mean, we have received through that hotline concerns, workplace concerns and the like that we have investigated. So, but if your question is this something available to the broader community at large, I can't answer that right now.
That was not my question, but if somebody does, I have gotten that question multiple times actually in my community meeting. If someone does notice something, they could just use the Communicate request. Would suffice? Right.
Yeah, they can, or they can call any one of you. I mean, we have a number of checks and balances in our organization with so many independently elected offices, district council members and the like. There's a lot of ways to make complaints about concerns about, city activity. Internally, that's a little different story. And that's why you typically have a separated and sole sourced hotline number that is monitored by your human resources function. Also a good reason why you have an independent department in that structure rather than somebody who directly reports, through a co-located office. And we do monitor that hotline. That is a charge of one of our human resources analysts.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Anybody else? We have public comment on this subject.
No one's raised their hand, and I don't have any e-comments. Okay.
So file and receive.
A motion, yeah. Motion to receive and file. Thank you very much for making it quick.
That order, yes, thank you. I'll second that. Councilmember Nierenheim with the motion, Obagi with the second. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Myself, aye. Thank you. Thanks for sticking around so late. Jeez, didn't realize we had a third party presenting this thing. All right.
You.
Need to read anything? No.
Yep.
Moving on to N5. Gosh dang it, we will make it through the agenda. Maybe. Explore and report to council on the regarding grant opportunities related to middle mile broadband expansion to core commercial areas.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to hand this one over to Andy. He's got a oral presentation to provide on this.
All right, Chief Engineer Wingy. Let's go.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Pro Tem Obaji. This item is a response to a strategic plan request to bring back a discussion of grant opportunities for middle mile broadband to the core commercial areas in the city. We've just done a kind of a lightning review of the material out there, had a couple of phone calls. Here's what we think we know at this point. Over the last 4 years, the federal government, as you know, has provided over $5.5 trillion in stimulus spending. 3 of those acts were in the COVID era and really direct transfers. They weren't necessarily monies available to for grant programs, but they were direct transfers to the state. A lot of that money was earmarked for broadband investment, which is fantastic. It just not necessarily are we able to get our hands on it as a city. In November of last year, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was enacted by the federal government. And unlike the previous 3 acts, this one does have grant opportunities included in it for broadband development and deployment. However, many of these grants are not competitive, and the eligible parties are just states and tribal governments. So of that giant act that was passed last November, there is a $1 million program that we've highlighted in the staff report for middle mile broadband. I'm sorry, I said $1 million. I meant $1 billion program for middle mile broadband expansion. That is a competitive grant eligible to cities. It is $1 billion over 5 years, and it is nationally competitive. So the vein of all of the IIJA programs are to bring broadband equity to the country. And so Redondo Beach would need to figure out how to position itself to compete for that grant program on that basis, on an equity basis. So in discussing it with our IT folks, and I know in our engineering department, this is kind of above our heads. We probably need to pull in some expert help. And so our recommendation really is to continue to study this if the council is interested in, with the benefit of maybe some outside consultant who is better prepared to dig in to find ways for us to be competitive. There are additional programs out there, though, that are the city would be more in line to participate in, but they call it the final mile or the last mile programs. And these are programs that bring fiber into the actual user neighborhoods and function either as the subscription service or the owner of the subscription service lease, which could be leased to a third party to run that service for you. So that seems to be a different question maybe than the question that was given in the strategic plan. So there is a lot of additional information and more opportunities for grant programs out there in that last mile category. Again, because it's more of an economic question about going beyond just providing infrastructure, but now we're talking about being a service provider or owning a service providing asset. That's kind of a different question. So we didn't go too much down that, but we did get some information about that, which I can talk about more if you're interested in that. But those are really the main highlight talking points of what I wanted to share with you tonight. There are really limited programs in the broadband, in the middle mile space, at least that we could find, that the city of Redondo Beach might be well positioned for, but the last mile might be a better alternative for us to look at if that's of interest to the council. So I'll conclude my remarks there. I'm sure there might be questions or other ways that we can help.
Thank you. Councilmember MD.
Yes, actually, of all your report and what your possibilities are, I would be most excited about the number 2, the projects that coordinate automation, connected vehicles, sensor-based infrastructure, commerce delivery, and smart traffic signals, because I think that's the way to be able to improve the transportation and to be able to adjust our signals according to our commutes that are happening. I think that would make the biggest impact in Redondo Beach, and I think we could definitely show how our commute patterns could benefit from something like that. So for me, that would be the most beneficial of all, and the one that would excite me the most. Thanks.
Councilmember Horvath.
Well, I do agree with Laura, and the whole point of the middle mile is to focus on the arterials, as Andy and Ted and I have talked about initially, right? Because that's either where we have commercial or whatnot, but it's also where it would have the largest effect on smart streets and some of the other programs that are mentioned there. I think we should be starting this conversation and continuing it. Whether it's with middle mile, I recognize that the language, because I was reading through ARPA funding today as well, and a lot of the language does have to do with equity and underserved communities, and that so to Andy's point, we would really have to find the nexus of how do we sell that story here in Redondo Beach. But I think there is a way to there may be a way to do it, but there are other monies, to the point that Andy made, that are going directly to the state, and then there's going to be state programs for stuff as well, and they are going to also focus on underserved and underutilized areas, especially rural areas. But any way that we can kind of cobble together stuff and create a long-term plan and really consider how does that have impacts not only on city from a functionality standpoint as it relates to what Councilwoman MD was just talking about. So that's public works, that's public safety, IT, library services, you name it, community services at parks, whatnot. I think, it's important for us to start thinking about this. It's a future infrastructure need. It's also a place where if we have and own the infrastructure, we can lease that infrastructure, that conduit or whatnot, to other people who want to use it as well. And there are going to be plenty of telecoms and other agencies that are going to want to have and are going to try to probably forcefully come in here and put their own infrastructure into our city. So I'm also happy, Andy, to have that conversation about the last mile, because ultimately that's where I do want to go. I want to be able to offer that as another option to residences and businesses here. I don't want the city to become an ISP, but I want us to be a broker, kind of that middleman that has the underlying infrastructure and the ability to offer those services down the line. So yeah, I would hope this is just the start of a conversation. I would like to, continue down the path of doing more research and figuring out what tangibly can we do short-term, mid-term, and then long-term.
Yeah, my understanding is there are some planning grants that are available, and maybe that's a place for us to start, is to kind of develop a master plan concept and strategies for funding and that kind of thing as the next step.
Great, thank you for your work on this.
And Andy, let me add back to Councilwoman MD's comments about the smarter roadway systems. That is something that we're working with both Metro and LA County Department of Public Works, their traffic signal group, on the SmartNet transportation type of improvements. That's what we described to when we asked for the Metro M dollars in order to do traffic signal upgrades and system upgrades to that communication. That is actually going to become our standard architectural model for any and all signal upgrades. So as much as we've received funding for certain corridors, we're going to continually be asking for additional funding to try to get every one of our corridors fully connected. And that is not just for the signal system, but the signal systems, vehicle connectivity, and all, anything that's going to help that transportation system move through.
Great, thank you. I'm glad to hear it.
All right. Just a quick question for Mr. Wozianski. Is there, do we kind of have a strategy, or are you developing a strategy for how we're going to go pursue grants generally?
You might, yes, Councilman, you might recall at mid-year, we laid out a budget response report that described what a contract grant rider or support service agreement would look like. And in that, we explained we're actually embarking on a request for proposal process that we plan to bring back to you here in the next month or two to lay out what some of those service levels could look like and at what cost. We think, as we've discussed from a policy standpoint, we think it's probably money well spent. But rather than just speculate on what those costs of services are and the likelihood for return, we want to actually get some specific proposals in here. So we're in the process of actually soliciting that kind of an agreement now.
Got it. Excellent. Thank you. Do you guys need any action on this right now?
No, tonight, this is an information report. Just sure that you all are seeing the same information that we're mining. This will continue to evolve. We'll stay on top of it. And as identified sources come to play through our capital planning efforts, we'll try to link grants and prospective grants to proposed projects.
Well, I just want to point to everybody what a big deal this is that Chief Engineer Wingy did this, because he also yesterday or today sent an email to a resident who's asking about, the speed bumps. So they're spread thin, and he's wearing all the hats. And I'm sure Director Saman is too. They're all doing great work. So thank you guys. We appreciate Public Works. Great.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
All right.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have no comments.
All right. We got a motion by Councilmember Horvath and a second by Councilmember Ehrenheim to receive and file. And to any objection to that? No. All right. Receive and file. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to E1. That's what we got to do? Nope.
You got that one done.
All right. We are.
City manager items.
We're done. Oh, referrals to staff.
Yes. On to referrals to staff.
City manager items?
City manager items, too.
None tonight. For sake of brevity, I'll save them for next week. Go ahead.
Councilmember Ehrenheim. Staff.
Yeah, let's see here. What is it? So the planning commission sent in a letter. I actually agreed with them. I read that whole thing. They wanted to update the, outdoor living space, OLS, and they were discussing it. And I know they sent a great letter. It was good. So I'd like to make a motion to have them look at the outdoor living space, the issues that they conveyed in their letter, and give them permission to work with staff at their commission meetings with no deadline. We'll work with staff to figure out when they're going to be moving that forward.
You realize that they have already had a hearing on the subject to discuss it with staff.
Yeah, so I've talked about that within great length, and I said to them, listen, don't try to make it perfect. Do it in 2 steps or 3 steps, whatever you need to do. Break it up. And they said, okay, don't let evil be the perfection be the evil, whatever that saying is. So basically, if they want to look at it further, they would like to look at it further. They're taking proactive steps. I want to support their proactive steps and what they're doing there. So this came up in their discussion, and staff wasn't sure if they could do it or not. So they wanted to have then bring it up to council, and then they could go delve further into it. So that's why they brought it back to us.
All right. I'll second it if you're limiting it to the R1.
Ooh.
Funny, it's just as important in the denser areas.
I know. I think it's even more important in denser areas, Christian, right?
Well, then I'll withdraw my second, and you can get another seconder.
All right. Is there another seconder?
I'll second it because it's just a conversation that needs to be had, and as we start to focus on design review and stuff like that in general, like we might as well have introduce it.
Thank you.
Can I,
appreciate it. Yeah.
if this carries and this is the will of the council, which is fine, we'll certainly facilitate the conversation. Can we just have sort of maximum flexibility on timing? You know, first off are loaded with advanced planning measures right now. I know
rush.
How desperately we all want to get the general plan.
I think they would be disappointed though if after a 7-0 vote, it just died and it never went anywhere. So to hear that it's coming back to them for further discussion, I think they'll appreciate.
Yeah. We'll work it into the appropriate planning commission agenda cycle. Just note that it may take a little while for us to provide, you know, full flex.
And that's why, Mr. Wozanski, that's why I didn't put a time on there, so as you guys see fit.
No. Okay. Roll call vote. Councilmember Anaheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
And myself. Aye.
One other thing real quick, I'd like to ask for a budget response report. Mr. Simon already knows what I'm going on this. Avenue I, the connection between Catalina and oh gosh, what is that? Avenue de la Concha? No, Avenue de la Norte. There's that section there with the mixed use. It's literally just completely broken up and falling apart. Options and costs to repave that. I'm not sure how that didn't receive a failing grade on the roads, but Mr. Simon, we looked at that a couple weeks ago.
We'll get you that. We'll add it to the deferred maintenance list if it is at that point now, and it sounds like it might be.
All right, Councilmember, anything else, Councilmember Anaheim? Yeah.
That's it. I'm good. Thank you, sir.
All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Just one BRR, the cost to repave and repave the International Boardwalk and also paint the exterior of the buildings down there.
So just to be clear, and that would not be inclusive of a seat wall or seawall repair. So this is
simply repair of the asphalt, whether it's slurry or repave, and then painting the outside of the buildings. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, we'll get that to you.
That was a BRR, Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
All right. Anything else, Councilmember Lowenstein? Nope. Councilmember Horvath.
So back to the thing we were just talking about for Nils's recommendation. This is not a referral to staff to bring an item back, but if a body writes a letter and it sits for a year, just mail it, email it to all the council people. I don't think we need to wait a year before it gets agendized as a public comment. Like that just seems ridiculous, you know? So I would just recommend, you know, Mike, that if one of the commissions writes a letter and it's addressed to the council, just forward it to the council.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This letter today, this blue folder item prompted, you know, an internal note for me to look into kind of the genesis of it and what broke down. That typically, you know, what we ask commissions to do, if they're making a policy suggestion, we codify it through a letter and it gets into your boxes or it's emailed to you as soon as that's prepared.
That's how it usually works.
So sometimes there are circumstances that may tweak that. Maybe it's the preparation of the letter, or there's a chance to come back and codify the letter after it's drafted. So I don't want to, you know, it's not on the agenda to talk about per se, but
no, I'm just saying it's just a recommendation more than
and just to be clear, they didn't do it as a letter. They just agreed on what they wanted to do, and we just didn't know the process forward. So they had been discussing the letter since November and agreed to it last month.
Okay.
So yeah, so it sounds like the letter was finally sort of codified last month.
Yeah.
Our process would be once a policy recommendation has been provided by a commission, it comes to you as soon as practicable, which is typically through an immediate email correspondence. So
thanks. Nothing else.
Thank you. Councilmember MD.
Thank you.
All right. I just wanted to, relative to a matter I already referred to staff, which was the discussion about the prohibition of alcohol at gas stations. When it comes back, I want to make sure that we discuss the any other prohibitions on gas stations, like relative to the sale of supermarket good or groceries, that we're able to discuss that. There's notice for all that, because there may be opposition on the alcohol stuff and something else benefiting them, and all of us could be better too. All right.
Wait, you went off. What are you saying? That it?
I just want to make sure the discussion is not just limited to alcohol, the prohibition on alcohol sales, but also we can discuss the prohibition on grocery items, milk, whatever other stuff that you see in some gas stations, which I understand is prohibited.
Are those are prohibited also? I didn't know.
There are some restrictions beyond just, beer and wine, that kind of thing. I think there might be, we'll get you the list, but yeah, I think milk and things I think there's some weird sizes of products and things that are.
Yeah, if we could just get all the prohibitions on the discussion, that would be great. Do I need a motion for that, or is that?
Well, I'll second that if you have to have a motion. That sounds great.
Any opposition? Any objections?
No.
Finding the scope? All right, thanks. I think this is an old BRR. I'm not going to give you guys a new BRR tonight. It's late, but I think we had previously had a BRR on a gateway arc for Artesia Boulevard. If we could just revise that, what it would cost approximately to put a gateway arch either at Artesia and Inglewood or Artesia and what's that? Near the Galleria.
Hawthorne?
Redondo Beach Boulevard.
Redondo Boulevard and Hawthorne. Something like that. All right. Thanks. That's it for tonight. Now I think we are
all right.
Adjourned. Yeah. So adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Question by Councilmember Horvath, second by me. Any objections?